Hey, yo, it's The Building Downtown. You can follow us on social media at The Building DT. You can subscribe to us on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, TalkShoe, wherever you get your podcast from. I'm your host, Jason Kelly. You can follow me at JKellyMMA. You can follow my co-host, Kirill Kasatskiy, at Kirill Raps, KRILRAPS. And my other co-host, Amy Barton, at Amesbell, AMESBELLE. Okay, so you guys have been rolling with us for a while. Maybe there's some new listeners that we got coming in. We're going places tonight that we haven't went yet on this show. Coming from combat sports, there was a guy in combat sports, a significant figure that once said, "Do you want to be a fucking fighter?" And that shit got people riled up. I've met the baddest of the baddest. Let me tell you something. Tonight's guest has been fighting her whole life. This is the toughest motherfucker I've ever came across. I can't wait to get into this conversation with Effy Zarabi. How's it going tonight?
Hi, thank you so much. It's going good.
I am glad you're here. I'm glad you're giving us some time. Now, we have a very important matter at hand to speak about, but instead of paraphrasing, getting the guests up, or listeners up to speed, I think we all think, me, Kirill, and Amy, we talked about this today. You didn't, you are Canadian, but you weren't born here. Your fight began in a place that most people won't step foot in. We would rather you speak and tell your story rather than be paraphrased from day one up till we get to the matter at hand. So as far as I know, if I'm correct, you were born in Iraq. Is that right?
No. So I was born in Iran.
Iran. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. See what I'm saying? I don't want to paraphrase it. Kick it off, Effy.
So I was born in Iran and in 1981, and it was during war. There was a lot of, there was an Iraq and Iran war, so there was a lot of bombing. And as a child, we were running in and out of bomb shelters. We were just trying to survive. So obviously, my parents were really concerned about the way things were going. They were concerned about our safety, so they decided to come to Canada for a better life.
Okay.
So in Canada, I was around 9 years old.
Okay. And what was it like leaving Iran to come to Canada? What were the struggles there that you and your family went through?
Well, as children, our parents always try and protect us to not see the worst. But, when you hear the bombs going and planes flying and everybody's panicking as a child, that kind of stays with you. And so, and moving around a lot was the other issue that as children is never good, right? Because you need a steady schedule, you need a steady life. So that was the other hard part. So it was just about survival.
Okay. And how young of an age did you start realizing survival is a thing you're going to need, considering where you came from? Canada is a completely different place than the Middle East and some of the problems they've had for decades over there.
I think I noticed it when I was around 5 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And what was schooling like over there? Like the reason I ask is because I'm friends with people from parts of the world that have been involved in wars, like Serbia and Bosnia and places like that. And they came over here with their families, and they've told me, like at school here, we have fire drills as kids, right? If there's a fire that breaks out, this is what you're supposed to do. They had if somebody gets shot, this is what you're supposed to do.
We had a lot of drills for situations if there was a bombing. I don't remember for shootings really anything at all, but I do remember that one day we woke up and it was, we heard that the school was hit. So obviously we didn't go to school. Shortly after, we packed up and we drove to another city. So it was, they try to protect us from seeing as much as they can, but in a war zone, you can't really, you can't hold back a lot of things. So I do remember, a lot of times we were just on the road and stuff. And luckily I had siblings, so I always had friends with me. But, it could be really lonely for children that age to not have that steady connection and schooling and stuff.
So the journey from Iran to Canada, tell us about that. How did that work? What did you go through? What was the process?
So my dad came to Canada first. He got a job And my mom she was a teacher. She taught art back home. So, she had saved her money. And through the years that my father was here, they had saved enough money to leave the country. And then a few years after my dad arrived, we arrived to Canada. And, started learning English, getting used to going to school and, just being in a good environment as far as, it was safe, it was wonderful, but there was different challenges that we were faced with as new immigrants.
Yeah, you tweeted something recently, and I did want to touch on this, and I'm sure there was more of it. It was something like you got called a Paki a lot when you first came to Canada and you were in school because of discrimination.
It started in grade 6. And there was a group of kids, and I barely spoke English. I was trying to just get around and just learn, make friends. And that was the first thing I remember is this kid telling me, "You're fucking Paki, go back home." So
Jesus,
I started thinking about racism at a very young age.
And that's a shitty age to move like that anyway, without kids being assholes like that.
Kids are cruel, right?
Yes. There's a lot of bullying going on, but when it's things like race or your language, like you're really behind from, like it's really hard to fight for yourself. So it was challenging times, but I quickly moved past it. I learned English quickly. My parents were very, they're very strict about speaking English at home. So we learned as quickly as we could. And after a couple of years of, learning to just fight for myself, whether it was fist fighting or using my words, I got through it and I started standing up for other people and I started standing up to bullies. So something good came out of it.
I guess so. Did that racism and discrimination that you felt when you first came to Canada make you feel a certain way about whether it be Canadians, white people, other ethnicities? I'm not saying you're still that way, but at that age, did it make you feel a certain way? Basically the same way you were being treated and put in a certain box. Did you start developing those feelings towards white people or whoever it may be?
Not so much white people, because, as a child, these things are something that you have to kind of be, somebody has to explain, like you have to see it. You have to, we didn't watch TV that much. TV wasn't the same back then. My parents were never racist. We went to an area where it was full of all kinds of different races. There was a lot of Black people, there was a lot of Filipinos. So I never really felt that, it was a white thing until I hit, until he said that to me in grade 6. And then that kind of stayed with me. And then later on in high school, and as I got older, I got to see how, race is a factor in a lot of things. So as a child, I didn't really notice it, but, the things that were happening later on brought me to that conclusion.
Do you feel like the pressure of racism, do you feel like the pressure of racism dies down a bit as you get assimilated more? As your accent goes away more, as you get more native, the pressure falls off, or do you think it kept pursuing you?
Racism, sorry, are
in terms of, you think you were picked on more because you had more of an accent, you were still learning the language and you were still fresh, and as you assimilated, it kind of fade off a bit? Or do you think
I don't think it faded out at all. I just think I learned to deal with it differently.
Okay.
I learned to be outspoken about it. I've learned to stand up to bullies. And, as a woman, it's a different type of experience as well. Like, so there's a lot of factors that played a role in why I became a police officer, why I am the way I am. So, it's just like a mixture. But racism, I don't think it has faded in any way at all. I think
The
that
reason I'm not the reason I asked that is because I'm an immigrant too, right? And I feel about just my experience is obviously different, right? Everybody's experience is a little different, but I feel like my as soon as my accent, I still got one, obviously, right? But as soon as I started falling off more and I started feeding it a bit more, it was still present, but it was more behind a back kind of thing, more when I had more so when I had a bigger accent, when it was more permanent or prominent. I mean, it was like everybody was like, "Oh, look at that guy!" Right? When I started fading in more, it was still there, but I felt like it was falling off a bit.
I see what like your point for sure. My accent actually is funny because a lot of people have always asked me if I'm French or, they can't really figure it out. But, yeah, but yeah, so it's
Really?
yeah.
That's the last thing I would think you are.
Well, I think
the accent though, right?
Person and their experiences. Yeah.
Oh.
It is a different accent. It's foreign to me. It's not, you know what I mean? I've never.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, yeah, it's
different.
So you get here. Where did you go to high school? Like what city?
Toronto.
Okay.
I went to St. Sanford Fleming.
Okay.
Which was right behind Yorkdale Mall.
Oh, the good part of town.
Those are some good years. And then I switched to Newtonburg Secondary School, which was at Yonge and Steeles.
Okay, so at what point through high school, because everybody in high school, I was going to be a professional hockey player, professional basketball player. I was going to be an accountant. I was going to be something different every week through high school, right? At what point was it you were just dedicated to becoming a police officer?
I've always had this strong personality, and I get that from my mother. She was always a very, compassionate person, very kind, but very stern. Like you knew you can't fuck with her, and so those are qualities that I saw in policing. I thought, this is a very good, like I would make her proud. So near the end of high school, I started talking to my mom about it, and she was like, "No, this is dangerous. Don't do that. I want you to be a dentist." Persian mothers. And so she passed away tragically, actually, when I was 19. So that was the deciding factor, was that I was going to follow my dream and just make her proud.
Oh wow, that's a young age to lose a parent. What did she pass away from, if you don't mind me asking?
She died tragically. She went to London, England, for visiting family and stuff. And one day I got a call from the police in London, and they said that she had died. We couldn't afford to go there. It was just very tough times, so we couldn't figure out what happened to her, and they just closed her case as cold case.
Damn. So you go on to, what did you go to? Police foundations, or what? Like, what's the first step in that? Like leaving high school to become a police officer.
I left high school. I didn't become a police officer. I didn't start going into right the after. Idea. Yeah, because shortly after my mom passed away, like around 19, I was still trying to figure out, she wanted to be a dentist, so I was trying to figure out OACs, all those stuff. Then she passed away, so I was dealing with her grief for a year and then something was just like, get the hell out of bed, go do something with your life. So that's when I got up and started to volunteer. I started to do security work. I became a big sister for Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Peel. I got a job in Toronto Housing, and slowly I built my resume to apply to become a police officer. And in 2007, I applied. In 2008, I was hired.
2008. So what did you get hired as? Like, what's the first step? Is it constable, or how does that work?
I'm going to interrupt right here and say I probably am going to ask a lot of dumb questions as we go, because all of these terms are so like, I don't know what OAC means. I don't know what a constable is. I'm American as fuck, so I apologize in advance for interrupting and asking dumb shit, but that's about to happen.
And OAC is not even a thing anymore. I was born in 80. Effy was born in 81. So we remember OAC. That was like a grade 13. I remember that.
That was still around when I was there. Too.
Was it? Yeah.
Early
Krill's about 5 years younger than me. So I didn't know if it would still be there for you.
I think we're all around the same age. Okay, so yeah, thanks for letting me know. I'll try and explain it. And there is no such thing as a dumb question. So feel free to ask whatever you like. So the first thing that when I applied was, you go through a series of tests and you get your application all ready. So you do like a physical test, you get that certification. Then you do like a test, like a mental health, psychological test and all the other stuff. Once you pass everything, you go and apply. And if they like you, they'll do a background check. They'll bring you in for a long psychological evaluation. They'll talk to your neighbors and dig everything they can find. And then they'll call you and say, hey, we like your application. We want to come and do a home visit with you. Then they'll come to your home. You'll sit there. They'll ask you questions. And then after that, they'll decide whether to hire you. I was hired in 2008. And so after I did all that,
can I ask a question? Sorry, can I interrupt here quick? I'm not sure. Because a friend of mine was applying for police foundations or something like that, and I think he didn't finish going through with it because he told me that he has to relocate because there was a conflict of interest of some sort. He couldn't work in the same region. Is that true?
I mean, police foundations is not. It's just college. Like it's just.
No, but I'm saying after he would be done college, he would not be able to be a cop in Waterloo. They said he would have to move somewhere else.
I've never heard of that before. So
I've heard that rumor before too, but never from anybody that actually went through the schooling or looked into it. I've heard that
he was
before.
About to go to school, and he said that's the reason. Maybe there was some sort of
that's some sort of bullshit. Oh
yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Continue.
Now we know.
You're gonna hear some dumb questions from all of us because I mean, your job is unique. Obviously, your life is unique. So, like Amy prefaced it already. She spoke for all of us at that point. But sorry to interrupt you there. Continue. So you got hired in 2008 as
so that there is like 8 months, if I'm not mistaken, give or take a few months, period where you're considered a cadet in training. And what that means is, you're now in police college as a cadet. They're going to be putting you through tests, trainings, scenarios, and they're going to, once you pass that, then you graduate and you become a 4th class constable. So I did that. A part of it was going to Almer, which is the Ontario Police College. That's where you do a lot of class learning, like the Criminal Code, the Highway Traffic Act, municipal bylaws stuff, which is taught by sergeants and stuff. So, you learn how to do pursuit, driving and all that other stuff. And then you come back home to your division, to your police service. You come back to your police service, you do a little bit more training, and then you go and start at the division as a 4th class constable.
Okay.
So how long does that take? Are we talking like 2009, 10, 11?
So I started in 2000. So in December of 2008, I was hired. And in May of 2009, I was ready, 4th class constable, starting with my coach officer at my division in Toronto, downtown.
Oh, okay.
So we're looking at about 8 months, 6, 7 months. Yeah.
Okay.
Of training. But that's after, like, once they hire you, it's about 7 months or so training. So I started May of 2009 at 51 Division, downtown Toronto. Very busy division.
That sounds bad. Division
Sorry?
51, downtown Toronto. Jesus.
Yes, it's a very busy division. There is, so much happening. You're constantly going, you're constantly learning, you're dealing with so many different types of calls, ranging from simple theft all the way to suicide to, homicide, just everything in between. So it's, it was very demanding. And as a new recruit, as a woman, you need to go in there and put your best foot forward and, learn and do the best you can.
Now, did you have, especially at that point, a desire to go in any particular direction? Like some people are like, I want to make homicide, I want to do drug, like gangs are my thing. Did you have any particular thing?
I didn't really think that far. I mean, I always had the funny thought in the back of my head that I would like to be the police chief. But, when I got hired, I was thinking about, I wanted to learn so many different things, but I wanted to start from going to radio calls because I had already done, worked at Toronto Community Housing. And I loved going to radio calls. I loved going into the communities. I got along so well with, so many people. I made so many friends. So I didn't go into policing, thinking, okay, I want to go, be this and that. I was like, I can't wait to go and do radio calls. And, I was just excited to do to learn to crawl first. Mm-hmm. But as as time went on, I thought homicide would be really good. I would have, loved to get into homicide, maybe help a cold case.
You're not scared of that? I mean, I'm being real, man. No. These Toronto's got crazy. They've been shooting motherfuckers every day.
That's a rough place to be a police officer.
That's what I mean. I mean, the homicide case, that would put some extra pressure on top of everything, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's definitely different levels of stress for police officers. So you got that on top of your own personal life. And people say leave your home life at home, but you can't. In a lot of jobs, most people can't. And now we know more than ever that mental health is a huge issue. And, if you don't address it in one place, you're going to bring it with you somewhere else and so on. So policing is especially hard because you are all the time exposed to the most difficult times in people's lives. And, most of us don't take pleasure in doing harm to people. And we take a lot of these sad calls with us. There's calls with children that stays with us for life. So there's definitely a lot of stress from that point of it too.
We have, the chance to speak to somebody who works in law enforcement. It's such a unique thing. So between the three of us, it's not like we planned this out. I think I can speak for the three of us. We have a ton of stuff to ask you just out of curiosity, but I don't want to bury what this, what the big matter is. So let's get to that before we get to all the questions about the actual job and whether they be funny questions, humorous, interesting, curiosity, whatever. So you become a police officer. Things are going great. You're liking it. Things are going along. Take us through your career up until where things started to go left.
So right off the bat, going to the police college, there were certain things that really was alarming to me because, I had worked in the industry, in policing, not policing, but like security field, worked around men. And I knew what was, expected and what was not. So going, from when I started Ontario Police College, the tone of some of the supervisors was really sexist. For example, they would tell us, I remember one day we were in ethics class or something, and there was a sergeant, a male sergeant and a female sergeant. And the female sergeant said, ladies, you should close your legs on the job. Don't be a cushion. Don't be a metro mattress. And it was just such a funny thing to some people. And I just felt, yeah, it was pretty disgusting. And, and they said to the guys that alcohol and women will get you in trouble on the job. So
what the fuck?
Yeah. So things like that. I saw there was some supervisors that were inappropriate with the cadets. Just the power imbalance alone, is just didn't seem right that these officers are having these relationships with these, young recruits.
Mm-hmm. So wait, it's safe to say that from the very beginning, it was clear to you that this was a good old boys club for sure.
Oh, absolutely. But you don't really know to what extent until you're doing it. Yeah. And so it starts slow. And so when you have so many different factors coming at you, you got to learn stuff, you got to learn, I'm going home reading the criminal code, so I'm not really thinking about my married colleague trying to get me to have sex with him. So, over time, things just build up and you put it aside because of the policing is a very serious career. You have people's lives in your hands. So you don't want to go to work upset. You don't want to be angry. You don't want to be pissed off with your colleagues. And, so you have to kind of tame yourself and learn to numb yourself to a lot of these feelings. As a woman, especially as a racialized woman, you notice these things very quickly. And one of the things I noticed was that they were hiring officers, white police officers. They played hockey with them, young recruits. They were getting positions in learning opportunities that black officers, that racialized officers were not getting with 7 years on the job. And these things adds up at the end. Everything goes on your resume. So these guys are getting these opportunities and we're being left behind. And so whenever you bring it up, it's like, oh, you're pulling the race card, you're pulling the woman card, you're pulling this card. So it's like you can't really say anything because you're fucked if you do and you're fucked if you don't. So those things I started noticing. I noticed a lot of my female colleagues, were also dealing with sexual harassment. It was the same officers that joked about stuff. I worked in the booking hall where there was pornography magazines all over the place. And it was just like on and on, toxic environment. And, you just put up with it because you become a police officer to do what you love doing, not to come to work and fight with your colleagues. And it's not the same as like, you can't really tell the guy to fuck off because you work with him. And these people some of them have fragile egos and, they get hurt easily. And before you know, there's rumors about this. And so it was just like a combination of bullshit.
I gotta tell you, I've not had the experiences you have had that I'm aware of. But I have in a previous lifetime worked as an EMT, and I also used to work ER. We also used to work with first responders and the cops. And I got to say that it couldn't possibly be any more true that you can't, especially when you're younger in your career and when you're starting off, not that you can't say anything, but that it is extremely difficult to even consider balancing that with actually getting your foot in the door and even starting your career before it ends itself. And it's a crazy balance to have to strike. And that's the way it's set up, that you can't avoid being in that position is even crazier, but that's an absolute fact. In fact, one of the jobs I had, I did tell somebody to fuck off, as you just described, and was immediately in a different department within a week.
Absolutely. And they make us feel like you should be happy you're here. This is a male-driven environment. You should expect something like some kind of abuse. You should suck it up and learn and put your head down. But, the problem with doing that is it just, this type of behavior just grows. And the more you're in that environment, the more you become bad. Like you become a toxic person. You become enabler. You become one of them. And, not to sound like there's a lot of bad officers, there's a lot of good officers, but the bad ones are bad and they're protected. I'm talking about the mayor sits on the police board. You have city councilors, and either they don't know what's going on or they're just turning a blind eye to what's going on. But
so how is this set up? And maybe all three of you could answer this. This is a very American question, but when it comes to like law enforcement, now you're also talking about politics and civic leaders when you're getting into mayors and city council and all that. But like here, cops are a city job or a federal job. I mean, they're unionized. Some of them are private employers. Is everything federally regulated? Like, how is that set up there? Is everybody under the same general umbrella from the mayor to the city council to the cop? Like, how is it set up?
So the city council are city councilors. They have districts, so they have areas, and some of them are sitting on the police board. And I'm specifically talking about the Toronto Police Board. So we have city councilors and we have our mayor sitting on the board. we're police officers, so we're under something else, and we have a union. So we are under the Police Services Act. We have a union who's supposed to represent us all equally. And that's not what's happening. So, for example, if I was sexually assaulted as a policewoman, I have to go to my union, and my union has to, my police service has to investigate. Everything is under the Police Services Act. Criminal charges are laid based on investigation. So you really wonder who's doing the investigation. And oftentimes it's themselves doing the investigation. They're not talking to everybody.
They're investigating themselves?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as here.
What
It's unionized
the fuck?
and there's no independent review or investigation.
Sometimes you hear other police service, they're supposed to investigate other police services, and sometimes they do. Toronto Police is weird because I had to call myself. I called SIU, I called OPP, I called RCMP. And, every time it was like, nope, the chief is not going to allow the investigation. RCMP wouldn't even tell me their badge numbers. Like, it's crazy. So I filed a human rights complaint in 2018. And, this was years after I kept coming forward and talking to supervisors and, bringing these issues forward, because it wasn't just happening to me. I was seeing my friends, my colleagues getting sick. I had a couple of my colleagues had told me that they were suicidal.
Jesus.
Yes, it's a very hostile environment. So
is this going on in like different precincts, different divisions, or is this happening? Do you know? Now, the reason I'm asking him is it's to me, right, from a logic standpoint, it would be really hard to fight a division where you're against everybody, right? So my first thought is to run and try to fit in somewhere else, maybe, you know what I mean? Try to find a spot where I fit in instead of fighting a bunch of guys at a spot where like they're obviously against me.
So here's, and that's a very good question.
Or did you decide, or did you just say, fuck it, I'm staying here to fight?
Getting gangster.
Well,
no, I'm that's a real question. I'm just trying I'm trying to figure out.
It's a good question.
I'm trying to figure out how to say it right without sounding like a dick. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to say, like, it seems like fighting a bunch of guys at this spot would not be a win. It would be a very hard win, anyways. I would try to bounce off somewhere else, maybe try to find a spot to fit in. Did you have that thought?
So initially, when I, talked to my supervisors about these issues, I spoke with my union. He was a supervisor and also a union steward. I didn't know that I was going to be kicked down the road like a fucking can. Mm. And so nobody knows what's going to happen to them until they file a complaint, until they say something.
Oh, I see.
The way police services is that they keep everything so quiet. I had no idea who was off. I mean, other than my own division, I had a couple of, colleagues from other divisions I kept in touch with because, we went to school together, or I saw them on radio calls in a neighboring division. So, we kept in touch. But from what I was told from other divisions, it was the same issues. Women were facing these issues. And there was a...
So you think switching up would not change anything? It would just be the same shit, different day?
Well, it would be
different
new
division?
Guys now. It would be just a new bunch of guys sending you there,
Wow.
I mean, it would be that way if you came down to Ohio, So it's so to clarify a little bit, I think that probably we're a little more familiar with you because obviously we're talking to you and we knew who you were before we did that. So just for anybody who might be listening who maybe isn't from Toronto or doesn't follow you on Twitter, when you were skipping around a little bit, so I apologize for that, but when you're saying, like when things are reported and when things happen or investigated, some of these are just general statements about the way things work. Some of them have already gotten a little more specific. So just to be clear, when you're making references right now to, I didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't know I was going to be treated that way. I didn't know what would happen until I filed a complaint. Are these things that you notice things and we're sticking up for other people? Are these things that specifically happened to you that you reported? Like what are we talking about here?
So these were, at different stages, I spoke to my supervisors about different issues. So the first thing that happened was in 2011. And I was pulled into a staff sergeant's office who was only there for maybe 6 months or so. And this man already had a reputation coming to the station. People knew that he was mean, and everybody knew. And I was a new officer. So, not that I changed over time, but like, especially when you're new, your shoes are shiny, everything is fresh. So this staff sergeant pulls me in his office, and he brought in my supervisor, who was a female police sergeant. So he brought her in, and I just thought that I was going to do performance review. So I sat in the office, and before you know, he starts to yell at me. He was just yelling at me for things that happened 6 months ago, for one day when my name tag was upside down, just braiding me. And, I just realized that moment that I'm being picked on, that this was just some kind of, like, he's mad at me, or like he's just being a dick. So this happened. I brought it forward. I talked to the superintendent, and the superintendent was like, listen, I'm going to promise you he's not going to talk to you anymore. He's going to leave you alone, blah, blah, blah. So this was all brought forward by my supervisor as well, who was a female police officer. Her career got destroyed. And I saw that at a very early stage in my career. I saw how they were talking behind her back, how they were brashing and trashing her, and that really put a scare in me. So a lot of these decisions that women make is not just based on their own experiences of what's happening, but based on what they've seen and are seeing around them at work, happening to other colleagues, friends. So, so that was the first time I talked to the superintendent about that. I said, this was out of line. It was inappropriate. He never documented me for anything. He just yelled at me for 15 minutes. And then and ever since then, I was not getting any courses. I was being thrown in the back, sitting at the front, learning to answer the phones, just like low grade things that you don't really learn much as a new recruit. With a couple of years on, there's so much you need to learn. And I noticed my colleagues were all going into traffic. They were going into the Criminal Investigation Bureau. They were going all these different trainings. So in, 2014, some other incident happened with two of my colleagues. This was a really tough incident because this really changed the way I looked at my colleagues going forward. And this was one night I was going home after work, and it was around 2:00 in the morning. And as I left the station, I saw one of my male colleagues who was not on my shift anymore, but was still at the station. He waved at me. I kept driving, waving back, thinking he's just saying hi. As I got on the highway, I get an unknown call. So I answered the phone thinking it's work, because, we get calls all the hours. It's not normal. It's not unexpected. It's not abnormal to get a phone call at these hours. So I answered the phone, and it was that colleague from across the street. His name was Ryan Kotzer. Ryan says to me, hey, Effy, I've had a few drinks. Can you come and give me a ride home? My car is at the station. And I was like, oh, absolutely. Like, no problem. I turn around, come back. And I saw that he was with another officer that I did never work with him, but he was from the same station. So I said, I'll drive him home. And Ryan says to me, hey, you want to come up for a quick drink, catch up or whatever? I was like, yeah, I'm not really drinking. I had early class in the morning, and I was like, I'll just come up and shoot the shit for briefly, because he wasn't on my shift anymore. I go upstairs, we sit on the balcony, and the other officer, his name was Chris Holler, he was sitting in front of me, and we were talking about a few different things, vacation, work. At the time I was in the warrants, so we were talking about that. And he says to me, Chris Holler says to me, hey, Effy, are you going to fuck us tonight? Me and Kotzer. And I was like, what? So I got up and I was like, no. He's like, what's the matter? You don't like white guys? So
Wow.
The police, brain kicks in. And that's when I got up and I was like, okay, this is going to be, so I felt like, okay, I need to leave. So I got up and I'm walking towards the door. He walks beside me and he gets right in front of the door. And he said, if you don't fuck us both tonight, I'm going to tell everybody at work. And I'm in disbelief. I'm just standing there like, shocked, and I'm thinking, holy shit, if I get
He's gonna
dragged,
tell everybody at work that you did fuck them, even if you didn't, is what you mean.
yeah. So that was gonna spread a rumor. So I was like, holy shit, if I get raped tonight, how am I gonna explain why I was here? People are gonna say, what the fuck were you doing at his house at 2 a.m.? So right away, people, like, you thinking about your victim blaming yourself, you're thinking about all the things people say.
Well, you also know how the evidence would work, right? So you're
yeah, and all the things you hear people say about sexual assault victims, like, you hear jokes at work about things. So that's what was going through my mind. And then I turned around to see if Ryan would say something, because I knew him better, and he was just laughing, and he was like, okay, show us your tits then. And that's when I was like, I need to get out of here.
And these are the people that are supposed to come in and protect sexual assault, rape, sexual abuse, whatever it may be, victims. They're doing this shit to their own people. Yes.
This is what was so sickening for me. I carried this for so long. I told a few of my colleagues. I mean, I was like, should I report this if I don't say something, if I say something? And then they put him in sex crimes. Chris Holler went to sex crimes, working in human trafficking. And I was sick to my stomach.
What the fuck?
This guy was working where there was going to be victims of sexual violence that are going to be drugged, that are going to be, abused. That's when I spoke to my supervisor, and my supervisor was completely cold about it. He was like, he didn't want to hear it. And, that's when I started to really feel sick. I started to feel like this is not the right environment for me.
Do you think that because I don't know how to phrase it right. Doctors grow cold to pain because they see a lot of pain. You know what I mean? And when you're sitting in a waiting room, grabbing to your stomach, rolling on the floor, saying I'm in pain, they have 3 people that have holes in their heads sitting behind the curtain. You know what I mean? So they see pain, so they kind of grow cold to it. So do you think that these people might turn a little twisted and a little crazy because of the shit they go through on a daily basis? And
no,
they just start acting, or do you think this is just the thing that they were, and they're just
scumbags to begin with?
Yeah.
I think there's a real issue with sexual violence here. And the issue is, why is it that it's in these types of environments? Why is it in the military? Why is it in the police? And this is
it's regimed and ordered, and officers on top of officers, you're commanding people. So it kind of, you know what I mean? When you have people under you to order around, it's a human thing to abuse power.
Yeah,
it's a human nature to abuse power, right?
I don't think it is. I think human nature is...
maybe human nature is the wrong word. Wrong
term. I get what you're saying. We see people abuse power often.
It is alluring, right? It's because it is power. Power is what do you call it?
Adrenaline rush.
Adrenaline rush. It is a drug. So making people obey and making people
be their victims.
But parents are in a position of power, and you don't have the majority of most parents abusing.
But that's what I'm saying. Are these people sick and twisted from the get-go, or is it because they go through so much shit that they just start losing their, you know what I mean?
I think that we are conditioned to think that criminals, sexual predators, are only a certain type of people. That we have thought that, we've been told that the guy who's raping you is going to jump out the bushes. Nobody tells you it's the priest. Nobody tells you it's the coach, the cop.
Uncle. Yeah.
And these people are not stupid. They got into these lines of work for reasons, right? You're not a good teacher and then you become a sexual predator. You were a sexual predator and then you became a teacher.
That's a damn good point.
Right?
That is a damn good point.
Listen, I've been in toxic environments where I put my head down and later I pulled the guy aside and I said, cut this shit out. But, I never went in next time and pulled somebody and treated them like that. So that environment, you can be good and go in that environment and become an enabler in a way where you're scared to speak up. You fear for because you got to put a roof over your kid's head. You got to put food on the table. And so you just turn a blind eye. So you have people that do that, but they don't they don't get involved. They're good officers in a sense where they're treating people fairly. And then you got guys that are going out specifically, causing trouble, causing harm, because they know that they can hide behind a union, that it's a all boys club. And we have to understand, this isn't about so much about, like people, going into policing and individually doing things. This is a system that's allowing these people to behave this way, right? Police officers are one of the very few professions where if you do something that people that, like if you commit a crime, you can go suspended with pay for years, right? So, or if something happens, for example, in my case where I complained about Ryan Kotzer and Chris Holler, the police service gave them a free lawyer from taxpayers' pockets. So when you are doing...
And what about you? You're just left hung and dry? You got to get your own?
Well, I had a meeting with my lawyer and my and I filed a duty of fair representation, excuse me. Last year, I filed a duty of fair representation against my union. And what that is it basically brings them before a tribunal, and you have to show your case that this has happened and the union hasn't helped me. So last week, Friday, we were in some kind of, tribunal. They wanted to get to a resolution. I said, you guys need to pay for my human rights lawyers the same way you're paying for these officers. I need equal representation. We need to be, we're paying union dues as well. So the lawyer said, no, this has never happened before. We've never had to pay for human rights lawyers. So you guys sent 10 lawyers here charging $1,100 an hour to tell me that has been paying over 10 years for union dues that I don't deserve a lawyer? Like, this is how backwards the system is.
What the fuck?
I thought the system chewed me up with the WSAB, and this is just fucking next level.
Yeah, no shit. It's fucking mind-blowing. The W5 spot you did, Kirill, do you want to jump in real quick here before I get to it?
I don't know. That's what I mean. I keep trying to word it right every
Avery
time
Haynes,
I come in,
and I agree with what Kirill said. Watching that spot, like
that piece, I think it gave you the wrong look.
Yeah,
that's why I was excited to have you here and talk to you here, because I think they
get the full story.
Yeah, because that looked, I don't even know how to say it. It looked like a polished Hollywood cry piece for 5 minutes.
Yeah. It really did.
It didn't represent you. I don't think they got into story of you. They just wanted to show her saying, "Oh."
Yeah. There's a lot of that. But the one thing from there, the hidden camera thing with that officer who was like, basically saying, think about what's going to happen. So was that you that like you had that hidden camera and set all that up?
Is that for the drive or?
Yeah. You were like in the car.
It was inside of a cruiser.
Yes,
yeah.
That's me. That was my.
So how did you come about that plan?
Oh, it wasn't my plan at all. W5 has some really amazing stuff, and I say this because I've talked to, and not to say other people aren't great, but Avery is so kind. She was so sweet. This was my first.
I'm sorry, and I want to jump in. I didn't mean to offend or nothing. That's just that and I got off the piece.
W5 does a great job. It was. Just
I don't know who Avery is. I don't know who W5 is, to be honest with you. I'm sure you know what I mean. It's just that I've seen that, and I heard the story, and I was just like, I don't know.
They came up with that. So basically, short answer, they
really?
the idea.
Oh shit!
The idea was that they wanted to show where I worked, and I had to sleep on that because I was like, go back to that division, drive in that area. I'm dealing with PTSD, and people like throw PTSD around like it's a joke, but it's not. Like,
oh no, it's not.
No.
Right. So these things are, they need to be brought to light. They need to be talked about. And so that's why I went on W5. So when they did that, it was really good. I was really happy with that, but you're absolutely right. It doesn't capture the whole thing. There's not enough time to tell your story, right?
That's what I mean. It's just a clean 5-minute polished piece. That's what it seemed like. You know what I mean? But if that's their idea and that's their doing, that's good on them. That's a great look. And
well, that's why I started Twitter.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask one quick question. Would that footage stand up in court in your favor?
Well, the question is which court? We're trying to go to real courts with real where there's public access, where everything will be on record. We want witnesses and all this, but we don't have access to that court. So I'm going to be going to Human Rights Tribunal, which I have no faith in. I think it's a complete waste of time. It's just horrific because it's years of sitting through people lying on the stand. There is no record of anything. They don't challenge anything. That nobody gets in trouble for it. So ultimately, the victim comes out even much more far worse off than they did before they went there. So yeah. I think it's just the inferior process.
Can I ask though? I got lost on the off ramp here a little bit, but what you're going through now, like what you're talking about, is happening right now. All the things you've been getting in the mail, the people complaining about you tweeting, your lawyer that you had that you don't have now, like all this stuff that's happened in the last 2 or 3 months, let's say. What is that process? Like, what are you now fighting having gotten suspended? Are you still at the point where you're trying to, get your accusations heard that, because something happened to you? Like what is happening right now that you're in the middle of?
So it's a very lengthy process. I filed my human rights complaint in 2018. So it's been over 2 years now.
Okay. So it's still that. I got it.
Yeah. So what's happened is I filed, human rights application. Now I have to wait for the dates. Then COVID hit. Then everything got pushed back. I myself and my colleagues had hired a lawyer previously, and we were completely, thrown off guard. We walked into mediation, and they said you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Forget you were ever a cop and all this. So I was like, I'm not doing this. Like, we need to bring awareness to this. I didn't get on this job to, walk away with my head down and disappear. Like, something has to change. So I said, forget it. I'm going to go to human rights. I'm just going to keep bringing awareness. I'm going to, gather more women because I know I'm not the only one. So now here I am. So the last thing I did was the duty of fair representation last Friday, which is against the union. And, now I'm waiting to go to arbitration to fight my union.
Are there more women coming out joining you, or is there any?
Yeah, there is an officer who just finished her 6 years battle at the Human Rights Tribunal. She won. The chair wrote she wrote a 153-page decision saying that 30 officers had lied.
So this is a gang, this is a ring, right? This is a cult. I don't know what the fuck to call it. It's a ring of some sort, right? Because if you keep covering something up and you stick together, that's some sort of an organized
crime
thing, right? I was gonna say, I don't know, organized crime within a police division.
Well, it's not a division, it's the whole police service. Like, don't forget, the chief is the chief and the union is the union. So doesn't matter geography, what division you're in, you're going to the same union, you're going to the same chief. So what she was going through at 23 division was no different than what I was going through at 51 division, but they keep it so quiet. There is really no
can you use any of her case to help you?
Absolutely. But it comes down to this again. I'm going to go sit in Human Rights Tribunal for 6 years, same thing. These guys are going to and it's going to be an orchestrated lie, because you guys have seen on Twitter how hard they've been trying to silence me. So I didn't start out as having a plan. Like, when I filed my human rights complaint, I truly didn't think I was going to end up here. Had I known, I don't know, maybe I would have done things differently, but I don't regret speaking up. I don't regret fighting back.
Hopefully you get it out and the cause is right, and it seems like you got enough evidence, so I feel like you will reach a point. It's just gonna take forever, right?
You're definitely breaking down walls.
Any sort of tribunals is fuck. I went through mine for 7 years, and that's just an injury, right? You're going after like police,
the city of Toronto.
So you know what I'm saying? I'm sure something will pop up because the evidence is good, right? And you're speaking up and you're being strong and positive, and you'll reach the point. It's just you got to get ready for years of this bullshit, right?
So where I am now is a dead end wall for not just me, for all of us, all women, all the Black community, officers, the LGBTQ, we are all of us are at a point where we are like, okay, here's the evidence, here's the proof, here's what you're not doing. Yet every time they come back and say, we don't have jurisdiction in court. And this all, if you believe it or not, comes down to a case called Weber versus Toronto Hydro. And this is a case in 1995. Weber was a guy, he had a union. He ended up suing his employer because they set him up. I mean, I'm not going to go into details, but the point is the decision that came out of that court is not the deciding factor for women and for, everybody else, which is, Black, Indigenous, people of color. Officers, we're the only ones being affected by this decision really badly because most of the violence we're faced with is racism and sexual violence. So most cases that are not going to court, that are not seeing the light of day, are sexual violence and racism. Going to human rights, getting lost, people give up because who wants to fight for 7 years? Like you have the evidence, it's just nobody wants to hear it. So we're at a point where we're going to be doing marching, protesting. We're going to go out there, we're going to wave the flag, and we're going to need to sit down with lawmakers and say, look, something is broken here and it's got to be fixed, because policing is like everything else. It needs to evolve. We are now stuck still in the 70s, and the system needs to be dismantled. It needs to be looked at. Something's got to change so that everybody's treated equally and fairly, because we are the front line of, what's between us and the public. And if you guys can't even contain yourselves around your colleagues, what are you doing to the public?
What I was going to say was, I do think it is an important distinction to make that, and Effy made this distinction earlier in passing as well, is that, as with any career, any industry, any city, country, state, whatever it is, there are also good people. So I would rather take that route than to say, oh, there's a few bad apples, because I think that saying there's a few bad apples, while true, grossly downplays the amount of bad apples there are. So it is important to point out that there are people there for the right reasons, doing the right thing, wanting the right thing to happen, and trying to do that. But it's also equally as integral to point out, to Kirill's question and point, that having the evidence and having the exposure and having Twitter and having social media is case in point why this needs to continue being talked about, because all of those things exist and generally get people nowhere. And as Effy, my co-host, will probably happily tell you, I generally keep my nose out of a lot of opinionated things, especially like this, because I've not had similar experiences. I support people in their plight. I've got the biggest mouth on fucking earth, so I have no problem saying what's right and standing up for what's right. But there is the element of it won't do you any good. And that's never a reason to not say anything, quite the opposite. But I say that all to speak to Kirill's question, which is, I think there are a lot of people who don't have a lot of experience with this, have never worked anywhere, even in a related field, who don't have a loved one or friend who have gone through it, who simply believe, and understandably so, that the system will work itself out. Meaning you have evidence, you're saying all this out loud, you have a lawyer, obviously it'll work out. And I think that that's the bigger point than all of the specific stories, is that it's not obvious that it'll work out, because that's not the way it works. That's entirely the point of this whole conversation.
Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right, because there's so many different factors when it comes to my case. For example, I'm off sick right now. I have PTSD. When I first went off sick, I didn't know if they were going to follow me or what they were going to do. I lived near my division. Seeing police cars really freaked me out. And so, I had to sell my house to pay for lawyers and all this other stuff. And so I didn't know what's going to happen. All my life I had planned everything. Since I was a young girl, my mom had always said, I want you to be a dentist. And then later on, I decided I want to be a cop. So I've always had 2-3 jobs. I always worked towards something. So when I got to this point, it was like, I'm completely lost. I don't know what the future looks like. I don't know what's going to happen. But the point of this is, it has to be done. This is one of these things when you have to get in, it's going to get dirty. You're going to have to pull and push and cry and bleed and fight to get it done, because this has been going on for decades and it's a system of oppression. And, it took this long to get here, and it's going to take hopefully not that long to undo it. But, it has to start with awareness. It has to start with push. It has to start with resistance, because people are not just going to hand over power to you or give you your share of equality when they've denied you this long. So this is why I went on Twitter and I said, you know what, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to feel safe going back to work. I don't know what kind of career I'm going to have left or where I'm going, but this has to be done, not only for me or for, my colleagues right now, but for the future of women in policing, for the communities. We need compassionate police officers. We need police officers that, aren't going around sexualizing their colleagues, aren't, being racist. And ultimately, I'm hoping that more women will speak up and people, I was raised to believe that, like in grade 6, when I was being, called all these names and stuff, I was getting into fights. And my mom was like, fight. If you can't, she was like, if this is what's happening. And I know that people are going to say, well, that's not the right way or whatever. But, a lot of these things I learned to stand up for myself, and it's coming handy now, not to say, I don't have, a lot of times I have bad days. There's days that I don't even want to get out of bed, whatever, but I'm proud of, standing beside this cause and taking it as far as I can. So in that sense, I'm proud of myself.
Well, that's a fighter. You're taking one for the team. You know what I mean? You're taking the hit for everybody else and saying that, fuck this, we got to fight. I'm all up for fighting the system. The system, I'm behind you for sure.
A Russian is all up for fighting the system. No kidding.
That's funny. My ex-husband is Russian. Wow. Okay.
So wait. In a perfect world, career-wise, in a perfect world, what happens in the end? I mean, awareness and causes, those last a lifetime and need to trickle down over time, throughout generations even. But for Effy, in a perfect world, what happens with career? Do you go to a different area and stay in law enforcement? Do you go to dental school? Like what does that be doing in 5 years in a perfect world?
You know what? Such a good question. I think about this every day, and some days I try not to think about it because right now I'm trying to survive every day. I'm trying to put one foot ahead of the other, brush my teeth, shower, go through paperwork, lawyers, get ready for the next step. So I try not to stress myself out too much, but what I would love to see coming out of this fight for women, for, Black officers, for minorities, racialized officers, all of us, what I love to see is that I want to see the system in a way so that it protects all of us. I want to see the union supporting women and all of us the same. The law, again, has to change. These things, I would love to, be able to go to Supreme Court and present our case and, have sexual violence investigated by its own unit where, you don't have your friends investigating each other and that. So there is a lot of things that could come out of this that I'm very hopeful about. But, you don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how long I'm going to live. But for now, it's like every day I wake up and I fight for this, like Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. I'm on Twitter. I'm, researching stuff. I'm taking breaks, looking at some comedy, watching some dog videos, and just jumping back in it because this is something you have to dedicate yourself and your life to.
Have you thought about all the shit you're going through? Have you thought about making some notes and then putting a book out? Because this seems like a solid story, all the way from where you were born to all of this shit.
I'd read it.
You know what I mean? This could be 3 books.
Sequels.
Yeah. You know what? I think someday when I have hopefully a happy ending, I would put it in a book. But for now, I do take notes. One thing I've learned from policing, and thank God for the trainings because it really teaches you some life skills. And you get to see stuff on the inside, which is really interesting. So, after learning all this stuff, I'm going to I would love to, so many things has happened in the last couple of years. Like I got a puppy. I'm becoming in love with maybe volunteering at a dog shelter. So there's other things I'd love to do, just to kind of break myself away from this, hopefully someday. But I would love to share my story once it's all happily over.
Now you're talking puppies and dog shelters. I don't own a dog. I don't hate them or anything. I'm just not a pet person. But the other 2 people here, you couldn't be talking to 2 better people about puppies and dogs and everything.
What kind of
else.
dogs you get?
Oh, I got a Doberman. Her name is Lola.
Nice.
She's so, I kind of regret doing this because I only really my head was just dealing with so much, and I wasn't really a dog person myself before, or any pet person. I usually have like cactus or something at home because I was working long hours.
Wait, did you say a cactus? I love it. Oh my God.
Yeah, because you don't have to water it too much or whatever. So I didn't have time to be a pet person, but I've always loved dogs. But last year when in the middle of COVID and being isolated and not being able to do your regular activities, there's been a lot of added pressure with everything else. So I decided to get a puppy with my fiance. And so I did it. I wish I had researched. I wish I had looked further into it and went to a shelter and got one, but we didn't. We went and got her from a breeder. Nevertheless, I love her so much. She's brought so much joy to my life, and it's such a therapy, We don't deserve pets.
That's the thing about it, though. That I was gonna say that a dog like that too, you have to build a bond with it. You know what I mean, and it will get through those times with you, and it will, you know what I mean. Once you get better and you start paying more attention to it, and you grow together, you know what I mean. You'll see it. It's different. I think it's an irreplaceable bond. For some reason, as long as I'm around my dogs, I have two, right? And for some fucking reason, I keep thinking, well, what am I going to do when I'm going to lose one? You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
Because it is such a connection, such a bond, and it will get you through those tough times. You know what I mean? When you're alone, I've talked to my dogs so many times.
Oh my God, I know. And the other thing is, you can just hang out with your dog and forget about your problems, just from the silly things they do, or just it's unbelievable. Like some days, I could sit there and hang out with her for a couple of hours, play with her, and then I come to myself and I'm like, oh my God, I haven't even thought about work. This is great, So these things have been really helpful. But going forward, I want to get her a sister, and she's going to be adopted, So I'm looking forward to get a second dog later.
Now, Amy, I'm sure you have something to say about dogs.
I just want to say that it is a very human thought to say I want to get her a sister, because I too had one dog, and I thought it sure would be great for her to have a friend, especially when I'm at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I am a dumbass because in real life, my dog was perfectly happy being an only dog.
Right.
But no, I'm with you. I've worked from home for so many years, and then have recently changed careers for probably the 10 millionth time. And COVID has kept me back at home for the last year. But when I get back to working away from home, it's going to be a whole different world. I've spent the last 7 years hanging out with my dogs at home. And, Jason can tell you, I've been probably unhealthily attached to my dogs since
I get way too many dog pictures for person that's care about pets.
They're the best. They're the funniest looking dogs in the world. So it's just free entertainment for all my friends. Is all that is.
Yeah, but the one looks like the Taco Bell dog.
Shut up. I'll send you some pictures. Actually, they're pitiful. They're awful.
They're awesome though.
They're like rats.
And I've come to love all different breeds of dogs. Like I don't even sometimes I go and watch dodo videos of
I love
it. And I'm sitting there and they're all so cute. They're so sweet. I was like, why the fuck did I not go into this job?
Right. Would you get a cat? You wouldn't get a cat. Would you get a cat?
I like cats. I don't have anything against cats. But I don't like cats.
That sounds like one of those statements that start with, I'm not racist, but I like cats, but
it's not that I don't like cats. To be I knew from early on that I had issues with cats because I dated a guy in my early 20s, and he had 2 cats, and it was a hell of a hard time.
They're assholes.
Well, I mean that, and yeah, they are assholes. They jump on you. They're rude. But maybe because it wasn't my cats, I don't know. So I thought I was allergic, so I never really thought of getting a cat. Then again, having a busy working security and stuff, you working night and day. So I never thought it would be fair to have a pet because I lived alone like a lot for most of my career.
A dog does require some attention.
They do, and it's, you know, you feel bad leaving them for long unless there's other pets. But again, I'd be scared to come home and find the whole thing like ripped up into shreds. So
before
I don't know.
Go ahead, Kirill. Sorry.
I have 2 pit bulls, and I've been lucky. I don't.
You've been like, you take them with you every time you leave.
No. I'm saying I've left them at home, and they never tore shit apart. You know what I mean? In both of them, like even separately, they don't. You know what I mean?
They've torn each other apart.
Yeah, that happened.
That happened once.
But that's because an adult dog, and I brought another adopted dog into it, and I didn't pay enough attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And why did you not pay enough attention?
That was mushrooms. It was a bad first meet. I shouldn't have eaten mushrooms when they met it first time.
Crow went camping on mushrooms, brought 2 pit bulls together.
did you drop him off and leave?
No. They were in front of me. I was at the beach, but they got jealous of each other. You know what I mean? Because dogs, they try to please the owner, right? And they both knew me separately, and then I bring them together. They're like, "What the fuck?" Right? So the one got the other one.
They wanted to fight for Krill's love. Amy and I do that every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes a while too for them to
That
get
happened.
used to it.
If you do want to adopt a dog later on, you want to. I don't know if it might want to be like a very small puppy, or you have to watch them. You know what I mean? Because the jealousy is real. They really want to please the owner, right? That's their thing. So when you bring another one, they're like, "Shit, I have to share the love now."
Yeah, and this one is Lola is she's very spicy, so you know I could see her doing that. But I'm thinking
Get an opposite sex. You know what I mean? Get a male if you got a female.
Yeah, I'll
Because I got 2 females and it's not working well. I think it would be better if it was a male female.
It happens that way with people too. So
Yeah, women don't get along.
so many things to consider too. Yeah.
Well, especially if you have a Doberman, you're gonna want to get another bigger dog, right? And it's like kind of you gotta consider all the responsibility that comes with it, right? Those dogs could tear somebody apart. Really, if you think about it.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, initially, like one of the reasons too we got her was to, you know, because we were having a hell of a hard time sleeping at night. Like we would have nightmares about people breaking in, and it's kind of weird because as a police officer, you think you can, right? Like,
yeah.
But when you're home, you're a human. You're just a person. Like, and there's like now there is this factor that I don't feel safe calling the police if anything ever happens. Like I don't think I can trust them to, you know, investigate or whatever. So we would have these nightmares, and any little noise at night would just wake us up, and it would just take me forever to fall asleep. So that was one of the reasons why we got Lola. And you know, she's so good about this. Like, you know, she sleeps on the bed with us. She's very like protective, but unfortunately, like I have nieces and nephews. Before COVID, I would have loved to, like, not before COVID, but like we were hoping that, you know, COVID wouldn't last this long or whatever, because we wanted the kids to kind of play with her and get comfortable. So she got a chance to do that a little bit when she was a puppy, but, you know, because of the whole social distancing thing. So we'll have to kind of work on her behavior when this is done.
Yeah, I got to socialize them, take them to crowds, take them to kids, you know, stuff like that.
So before we get too far off track, which we already have, I think we're adopting puppies now and shit. And get into, so, you know, some curiosity questions, as I said earlier. Where are you at with everything that's going on right now, Effy? And I know when we first spoke, there's other women from Canada, and I think I might be mistaken on this, America, who you have spoke to, or they've reached out to you. And where is everything with your fight, and also the women who you have aligned yourself with, who have went through the same thing in different divisions, different provinces, different states?
So we are now organizing ourselves with police women across Canada. And because we all fall under the same, you know, give or take, same union, same rules, same laws and stuff. So we are organizing ourselves. We are, you know, we have, some of us are doing research, they're doing papers. So we're gathering data. We are going to be protesting. We're going to be marching. We're going to be meeting up with, we're, you know, sending emails to lawmakers. We're doing fundraising to start a class action. to raise money for awareness. So these are the things that, we're doing together now. And before it was so like we were also, doing this stuff by ourselves. We didn't know who was out there. So thankfully for social media, we're now, growing every day. Like more women are reaching out. And it's not just police women now. Like I have, a group of other women that are Canada Post workers, lawyers, and they have unions and they're going through the same issues. So that's what we're focusing on right now. As far as my human rights goes, that's going to be coming up depending on COVID, probably this year sometimes. And duty of fair representation tribunal is against the union. That's coming up. So I'm going to have to go and put my evidence forward and argue with my lawyer that, that they should be also covering me too. So these are the things that are going to be coming in the, next year or so. But again, we have to remember that the system is so slow, and we are at a point now where, the courts are not taking our case because of jurisdiction, and our unions are refusing to help. So we have to kind of find, how do we fix this problem? How do we bring politicians back, rewrite the rules, do something to change this?
So for people who want to follow, like maybe all of it, would you say your Twitter account? Is there like a group Twitter? Where's the best place for people to go to keep up on all the stuff you guys are doing?
So our group is National Women Law Enforcement Association. So it's NWLEA. And we are, so that's our, one of our Twitter, which is like all of our members. So that's one thing. And then I have my own Twitter account, which is called Dirty Shades of Blue. And, I swear on it. I say stuff. I keep it real because people need to know what's going on. People need to see it. They need to know the emotion is there, that people are pissed. So I'm happy with my Twitter, and I'm hoping, this brings more women forward to feel more confidence to speak up. I know that they'll have support. But one of the things we're also doing is we're going to each other's courts. We're going to each other's tribunals. We don't want any woman to feel alone sitting there with 5 lawyers in the room, right? So it's a big deal for us to have this type of support within ourselves.
One thing you posted recently on your Twitter account was a letter that was mailed to you, mailed or emailed or whatever, from Toronto Police, whatever it may have been, for you to stop talking on social media.
Yeah, that was a cease and desist letter. I think it was back in October of 2020.
How the fuck can they have that control over you when you're not necessarily an active employee?
Well, I am an employee, so they feel like because I'm an employee and they're paying me that I need to, shut my mouth and not speak up. But that's what pisses me off, is that I'm a police officer. I've investigated people for less. Yeah. And here I am, and I'm putting this out, not just for me, not just for, my colleague. That's something that's affecting all of us. So it makes absolutely no sense to me why, they would send me such a stupid letter, because
because it's a big hit on their reputation. They want you to shut up, obviously. That's why they want, you know what I mean? It's
yeah, but I know my rights. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah. I know my rights. Like, no, what are you talking about? Right? Are you going to arrest me? You're not going to arrest me because you can't. So you're going to tell me to shut up? I'm going to say no.
But is there some sort of when you were employed, is there some sort of a defamation pre?
She still technically is, like she said, though.
But that's what I'm saying. Is there some sort of a contract where you know what I mean?
No, there is no defamation here, because what I'm posting is true evidence. Everything I'm posting is truth. They know it. They verified it. That's why they're not, threatening me with defamation or like they're not really taking it further, because in fact, I want them to take it further. I want them to take me to court so that I can open the books and open everything in court so that everybody can see what's going on. But they don't want to do that. They just want to bully me and scare me and make me feel like I don't have a right to speak. But just because I'm a police officer doesn't mean you own me.
Holy fuck, your fire burns hot. Holy shit. Wow. And you're like, I see Tori, you're tagging him in posts and shit. You're going right after the whole fucking city, like act right, the whole city of Toronto. And that's not exactly a hick town. Have you got any sort of threats or like just advice that is, like slick advice to say, you should probably shut your mouth and stop doing this from people outside of law enforcement, like any sort of politicians or people connected to City Hall?
So other than my employer and Howard Levitt, my former lawyer, no one's ever shut up. So then
no one's ever what? Sorry, you cut out there for a second.
My former lawyer, Howard Levitt.
Yeah.
No one has ever. Sorry?
I thought you said no one has ever.
No one else. Cut out. Those two, yeah. So my employer and Howard Levitt are the only two that have, up in arms about my Twitter. No one else has any issues with it. So, and frankly, if they have a problem with it, then take me to court. Like we're back at court again.
And how much time have you spent in court? Because I know you've had some cases going on, and like court, tribunals, union. Like how often is that? How often are these meetings, these hearings, everything else? Is it like a monthly thing, a bi-weekly thing?
So it's how you work it with your lawyer. So I have human rights lawyers, which I'm paying monthly. And also I had a lawyer that was fighting my former lawyer, Howard Levitt, because, he walked us in mediation and he wanted us to resign with non-disclosure agreement. And he was telling me how much he thinks I'm worth. He was telling me what I can and cannot say going forward. And I thought to myself, you know what? This just stinks. This doesn't sound right. This doesn't feel right. I don't feel good about this. I walked out of mediation. And that's when he started to push me with emails saying, you need to take an offer. You need to do this. You're not going to be able to go back. You think
he was pressured by anybody?
He just wants money. He wanted me to settle so he can walk away.
So he wanted a piece of your action.
God.
He wanted $200,000 and something up front for the deal.
The fucking shit doesn't stop. Holy fuck.
Okay. So then I said to Howard, I am not going to sign a non-disclosure. I am not going to settle. I don't want to take, I don't want to leave my career. This is crazy. Like, you guys aren't even considering my pension. You're considering nothing. And, that's one of the things is that women are not supposed to talk about money. We're not supposed to talk about how much our career is worth, because suddenly we become gold diggers and we become this and that. But my career is my career. I work for it. I'm entitled to it. You guys are cutting me from my knees. You want me to go and, at 50, they're going to cut me off of everything. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Like, why am I here dealing with this shit when you guys should be investigating this, when you should be the ones taking the lead to want to clean out this dirty, this type of violence at work. Like, you guys should be the ones that want to make change. So why am I the one fighting here? So I said to Howard, I'm not resigning. I'm not taking this deal. No, thank you. You're fired. So he gave me a bill for $500,000.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Jesus. What the fuck?
So how much was he trying to get? How much was he trying to get out of a deal? If he was looking at 250, what was he saying you were gonna get?
So Toronto Police offered.
If you were to shut up and walk away, how much are you worth?
So Toronto Police offered me $400,000 and 10 years of my salary at 75%. Okay. Now I'm a public servant.
And he was going to take 250 of that.
And he was going to take 230 of that.
So more than a half.
So what? I'm thinking, why? So then in this entire 10 years that they were going to pay me 75% of my salary. Okay. I'm not allowed to go to school. I'm not allowed to work. Any money I make, they're going to deduct it. I'm not allowed to talk about being a cop. I'm not allowed to apply to be a cop. At 50, they're going to cut me off.
That seems like a deal that's been made before. Eh?
Doesn't it though? But so what pissed me off is that forget about the money. Forget about the money for a second.
That's not enough money.
Yeah. First of all, that's not enough money. But money aside, why would you want to silence sexual violence with a non-disclosure agreement? Who are you protecting? You're the police. This is just sick. You're talking about officers that are going around.
Well, that would if you blow this up properly, that would mean the whole restructure of the whole system, right? A lot of job placements would be lost. A lot of people would be pushed off their fucking seats. So that's why it's right. So it's being covered from way up, right? And I don't know if the officers that are in your case are going to be dealt with somehow quietly too, right? I'm not sure if they deal with them or not, but I'm sure that any sort of interaction in this kind of bullshit, they would want to keep quiet. Just as a company is any sort of business, especially as a public service, right?
They are keeping it quiet. That's why I go and put everything on Twitter, and they think that time is kind. It's not kind. People, this isn't going to go away kindly. Sexual violence doesn't just disappear into thin air. We've seen it with Jeffrey Epstein's case. We've seen it with so many celebrities 20 years later, 30 years later, So those times are done. You cannot get away with this. You cannot.
But at the same time, do you hung Jeffrey and just quiet it down too, right? It's a fucky situation. It's
that's the shitty situation, is that there was so much cover up. Like, it should have never got to that. And that's the scary part, is now we're starting to really see who's running the government. We're starting to really look at the politicians in a different lens. We're starting to see who's full of shit, who's causing harm. And it's not looking good. It is not looking good.
Holy fucking shit. So
it's a lot. It's a lot.
This is fucking mind-blowing to me, Effy. Like, I know that, okay, actually, let's put it this way. I know we started with Iran, but like, even the United States, the people right underneath us, you see police brutality. Right, not cop on cop type thing. That what you see out there is, whether it be the BLM movement, the what was that piece of shit? Amy, you know his name. Put the knee on the guy's neck.
Yeah, George Floyd.
George Floyd. Yes. Shit like that. You see that out there.
Yeah.
And living in Canada, it's like fucking. I've always said well, not always, but more and more as I've got older, I've realized that it's my parents who was raised by. I've always had friends of different races, ethnicities, whatever, and that was all cool. So I don't understand, this racism, discrimination, or sexism, or whatever it is, because I wasn't raised like that. And Amy is a very, very close friend of mine. She's American, and we have a lot of mutual American friends, actually, and none of them act the way it's portrayed. And I always, not like I laugh, but kind of chuckle, like, yeah, we ain't got that problem in Canada, but like, fucking. Look what's going on, what you're telling us inside of the police force. So, outside, the way they treat people, is it just as fucking bad here, but we don't know about it?
Oh, we know about it. Of course it is.
I mean, the general public, like me, like, I don't see a George Floyd incident going on in Canada.
No, because our media is different. They put out news differently. We don't have as many, obviously, as US. I mean, we only 10% population of
I was
US.
about to say the same thing. It's a lot harder to control in US, right? It's a lot easier to quiet it down here.
But there is a danger factor when it comes to Canadian racism. That is that we don't see it. And if you don't see it, you don't know how to fight it. You don't, right? So now you have to show people how, and showing systemic racism is not easy. Right? It takes a lot of people to come forward. It takes a lot of studies. It takes a lot of research, a lot of this and that. And that's what we're behind on. There's not enough people paying attention to these matters, because Canada has always been the land of milk and honey.
Yeah, milk, honey, hockey sticks, being friendly.
But what I noticed with Canada is a great country. As a newcomer, you get some support, you get this and that, wonderful. But when you climb up as a woman,
successful person,
woman, as a Black woman, as an Indigenous woman, when you go in the system, in the government, in those jobs, that's when you really see racism, and you'll really see who benefits from what. You look at the head of all the police, you look at the police chiefs board, chiefs of Ontario. They're all white men. They have one woman in there. Maybe they'll throw like a South Asian woman. The union is like all men, all white men. So we see this, and you realize that, Canada is racist, and it's hidden, and it's dangerous, because
I would argue it's even more dangerous because it's
absolutely.
That's fucking crazy. That is absolutely crazy to me. Because like I said, you know what I mean? It's never been an issue in my life. I didn't realize till probably about, I don't know, 10 years ago or so that white privilege is an actual fucking thing for me. Because it's just like, yeah, I mean, whatever. It's white privilege. What's white privilege? But I realized it more it's a thing in the States, and more I'm realizing it here. But you don't see it as upfront like you do in the States. It's not, like you said, Effie, it's the media, right? You don't see it broadcast as much. 10% of the people is another factor. But yeah, I don't. And also,
I
we
think
got.
that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, I got like we have the territories and places like Newfoundland and stuff where you're not really gonna see that, right? So I guess you know our land mass and our population, it's not exploited as much. But I guess Toronto, Vancouver, Halifax for damn sure. I know it's a problem out there, but yeah, you don't see it as much, so you don't think about it as much. And I definitely didn't think that was a problem. I to some extent it'd be a problem, but not a serious fucking problem in Canada, like the way you're explaining it.
I mean, it's as serious as officers committing suicide. It's as serious as, you know,
That's
women
a thing?
losing. Yeah. What do you mean?
Like a lot of officers? That's like a common thing?
We had Toronto police has had two in the most recent, like in the last 6 months or so, 6 to 8 months. We've had two.
Jesus.
You know, one was my friend. I also had another friend that 3 years on the job. He committed suicide. 2015, he committed suicide. We came on together. So he had an incident early on in his career, and it really affected him. And he ended up, you know, dying, killing himself. And like very tragic, wonderful officer, young man. And so we see a lot of this. And, you know, I see that the job is hard. Yes, there's psychological trauma, but there is that institutional betrayal. There is that factor of the stigma of mental health that, you know, if you're not well to come to work, and if you're not well to be part and get along and be along and all this, that, you know, you're a broken toy. So if you complain about, you know, PTSD or anything, you fall into that category and you get treated badly. So people can't, you know, they can't handle losing their, you know, colleagues because a lot of times officers go off sick, and, you know, management tell you not to contact them, or like, oh, you know, if something happened, you know, they go and you never hear from them. So it's because we have poor leadership. You know, they don't care about mental health, but they wear the pink shirt and they take pictures and do all this, like, you know, but you see the results, you see it in the numbers. And, you know, now it's starting to come out more, and it's not enough though. So that's why we're here screaming it, like, you know, somebody needs to do something.
You just said a broken toy. That is a fucked up way or a thing to describe someone and someone in a profession. I've never even heard like an analogy like that before. Is that how you feel? Is that how you're what you feel like your outlook is on the people like you speak about who have been basically a broken toy? Like that is literally what you feel like you or other people are looked at once they go through it?
Well, this is not a word I use. This is a word that they use at work. Like if someone is sick or whatever, they're
what?
Like, oh, you know, they're just, you know, it's just a broken toy. Like it's like a word you hear at work. Like you hear it here and there. So I would never use this, but when I said it, I meant as in that's how they treat you. They like
that's
a broken
fucked.
Toy. Do I feel like a broken toy? No, actually, now that I'm speaking up, I feel better than ever. You know, I feel like
empowered.
I'm stronger than I've ever been, you know, mentally. And, you know, even though I don't know what's going to happen in the future, like I'm not, you know, I'm very clear on what I want to see, what I want to see happen. And so those things I know, you know.
Okay.
Are you afraid of some sort of retaliation might come on like the bottommost of the levels? Now, you know what I mean? Something might happen to you, or you know what I mean? Did you ever think of maybe relocating and then pursuing this still, or you still want to stay in town?
Oh, I'm not in Toronto anymore. I had to sell my condo.
Okay,
no,
okay.
I from my condo. Yeah. First of all, I would have never felt safe in Toronto. So that's thankfully I have my siblings and we're really close. So support is so important. And I'm so lucky to have my siblings. Because, when you're at the worst moment of your life, in the worst place of your life, it makes the difference knowing that no matter what, someone's going to always be there for you and that your family will always support you. So I was lucky to have that. I sold my condo, had to, spend a lot of money on lawyers, hiring human rights, putting the application together. So I ended up moving, north of Richmond Hill.
So you got to be able to afford your rights.
Absolutely. You cannot fight and live at the same time. Like you cannot make, your rent and eat and pay lawyers. Like your lawyer is pretty much a mortgage payment. So especially because I'm only getting 75% of my salary, so it's very limited. So it's almost like we can't afford justice. Wow. And that's another thing that's upsetting to me is that I'm lucky. And
that's a police officer on force, right? So it's like, I can just imagine how it spills out all over the place, right? People who are just people, right? If this happens inside, what kind of animals they could be on the outside, you know what I'm saying? Because still you're one of them no matter what, you know what I mean? When they step out, civilians
I'm not really one of them.
No, but I'm just saying in terms of employment and everything,
absolutely.
At the beginning you were still one of them, right? And they attack you like that. So I can just imagine what could happen to a regular civilian that got no voice at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to remember, like, if you work for the police service, you are under their law. So what happens, like if I was me reporting sexual assault and a civilian reporting sexual assault are like two different things, because
really?
Because the civilian goes to court, right? They go to regular court, open, they don't have to pay for lawyers.
I'm discovering a whole fucking new world.
No shit. Sorry, Effy, go on.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense, but so because we're police officers and because we have a union, we don't get to go to a courtroom where a civilian goes. Like we have to go internally. We have to go to our, union and tribunal and human rights. Like it's ridiculous.
It's like being in the army. You get court-martialed instead of going to civilian court.
Well, I didn't see. I didn't think police was like that.
Yeah. So someone like you, exactly like you police communities. Do you think that's fucking fair? Should sexual assault or any other fucking crime, any crime at all, be treated differently just because you're an officer?
Absolutely not. But we're being treated even less, which is a joke in this. The whole thing is that even though we're police officers and we should be held to a higher standard, for some reason there's a break in the system where the people that are behaving a certain way are getting protected by, getting free lawyers and getting protection from the union. So it's almost like the system is allowing this to happen. I don't think it's fair at all. I like to go to court with everybody else. I think we should all be treated the same. In fact, I think police officers should be treated again in higher standard, because you are left to, you're left sometimes 10 hours a day by yourself. You're wearing a gun, you are, wearing a pepper spray, people's life is in your hand, you're dealing with mental health issues and victims and stuff. So you need to be a good person. There's no doubt about that. We can't afford to have.
That's what I was trying to say with that. If they attack within their own circle like that, you know what I'm saying? If there's a little leverage against a regular civilian of some sort, or there's, let's say, you know what I mean? Let's say you get a hooker with some blow, right? So you take away the blow and you say, that's it, now you're mine. And so if you don't want to go to jail for blow, right? Like stuff. I'm just being hypothetical here, but you know what I mean? I can see that getting real dirty. If they get dirty on an inside circle, right? Like
they gotta
and it gets dirty right into courts, like right up to the courts. They're dirty, I was helping a lawyer, and I'm not going to really get into this, I guess, but I was helping a criminal lawyer who, one of his clients was arrested by Chris Holler, who's a racist officer. So, I went and I testified against Chris Holler, And I go where the truth takes me. I don't care if it's a criminal court, what court, who's on. I went where the truth was. And that was, because I believe that this guy should not be a cop. He's dangerous. Right. So going back to, corruption and things, cops being held to a higher account, like this is something that's affected in the system in every level. You got the courts that are doing things they shouldn't. And everything comes down to them investigating themselves. And, it's not a good system where people can be held accountable. There is no transparency. And Doug Ford keeps like tightening the belt on transparency. He's pulled some, he's changed the Police Services Act. Actually, I have to go back and read, but it was something that Doug Ford had stepped in and said, police have too much oversight. We don't need to do this. We should trust our boys and girls and all this. Like, no, what are you talking about? Of course we need oversight. How can you trust anybody with this much power to, behave when we know for a fact that there's problems?
Fuck.
So, the premier has to also get on board. But of course, we know he has friends and like Tavener and all these other people. Like, it's a mess.
Were you an active officer when Rob Ford was in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
yeah,
I don't have an opinion either way. I don't give a shit about politics, but you and the line of work that you were into, do you have a preference either way? A lot of people think Rob Ford did it better. And I mean, he admitted that he smokes crack.
I was going to say, what's crack cheaper?
Yeah, no shit. Right. Like the politicians who are leading the game now, as opposed to like the Rob Ford times, was there a difference in your opinion?
I mean, when Rob Ford was alive,
Yeah.
God rest his soul, I was dealing with my own shit. Like, I was just in the thick of stuff at work, and so I wasn't really paying attention too much to. Yeah, like I wasn't really paying too much attention. But I'll tell you this, like, and of course, I live in the city, I work in the city, I'm paying attention, but just the fact that he smokes crack, and you asked, you said 10 years ago, you found out about white privilege. Well, this is white privilege.
Yo,
okay?
Boom. Exactly.
That's white privilege right there. You'll never find anybody else, any other person other than a white person, a man, to, be able to smoke crack and do nothing and then end up there. And so this is why we're here with the police now, right?
Well, apparently Rob Ford was good, though. He was good for the city. He had his demons,
Except for smoking crack.
Yeah, well, right.
No, but like really, what's happening that our province is now, we have a crackhead as a leader. Like, I'm not saying he's a bad
no
guy.
shit.
He had a picture with some blood members too.
Oh yeah, gang members and shit.
That's not a good look, that's for sure.
No, that's not a good look for the city.
I don't know. Maybe the gang member would have been a better choice. But I'm just saying, like,
at least shit would have kept real, though.
Well, yeah, no, but in all seriousness, like, it's just not right. Like, it doesn't matter. You hope that your officials, your politicians are with clear mind and all this. And if you're making bad choices like this, what else are you doing? Like, come on, it's 2020,
And something to make Amy feel a little more included. Marion Barry. You know who that is, Amy?
No, off the top of my head, no.
The mayor of Baltimore, who went to jail for smoking crack. He got caught with possession and went to jail. So aside from the mayor of Baltimore, Rob Ford cut out his own place in Canadian history or even politics. But those are the only two I've ever heard about that.
I mean, at least we tried it,
Didn't inhale, right?
But you know what? There's other places that have terrible politicians, like, people like
everywhere.
Well, one of
the former president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, that Jim Jordan to me is a thing.
That's
like,
the state I live in.
Sorry.
At least you got Dave Chappelle there.
Yeah.
Okay, at least you have Dave Chappelle. Thank you. Yes. That's a blessing.
Dude, he's the worst. Sorry, go ahead.
Who is Dave Chappelle?
No, Jim Jordan. I wasn't over it
Jim
yet.
Jordan. Yeah, no. And so
I don't even think these two know who Jim Jordan is. I'm surprised.
No, I have no fucking clue. None.
The short version is that he is a politician now. He is in Congress. He's a member of Congress that represents Ohio. However, prior to his life as a politician, he was an assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State who was aware of sexual assault and etc. involving wrestlers on his team because the students had come to him and he kept it quiet.
What the fuck? Yo, Amy, you've told me before, obviously, what you said to Effy tonight about the EMT shit and all that. And Effy, I know enough of your story, and even more so now. This whole boys club thing. I mean, I think I can speak for me and Kirill and all of our friends. I don't understand this boys club, whether it be politicians, police, EMTs, whatever it may be. Because if that kind of behavior was going on in our boys club, me and the rest of the boys would kick the shit out of that boy that was doing that shit. You can't do that. That is a fucked up thing to hear and realize that politicians, police officers in Canada, whatever the fuck it may be, are doing this shit. That's not a boys club. That's a bunch of fucking losers.
Well, no, the thing, what it is as Effy has been saying, it's all systemic, right? These are all institutions. They've all been around for generations. And that's where it comes from. That's where the idea and the terminology of the old boys club thing comes into play. I mean, when you think about 2-3 generations ago, 100 years, depending on what country and what state you're in with, civics and civil liberties and all that. But so I don't think we're terribly different in that way between Canada and America. But when you talk about the terminology, that's where it comes from. If you go back 50 years, 40 years here, everything was an old boys club. Everything. White men ran the world. Women didn't have rights. Legally, women didn't have rights. Black people didn't have rights. Immigrants didn't have rights. It was quite literally all of the people that had all of the rights and all of the power were white men. That's where the idea of that comes from. The implication, current day is that these are people who abuse systems, who have power they shouldn't, and who are protected by the very systems they're running and abusing, like they could have 100 years ago and not been met with any resistance or ramifications.
That's fucked up.
That's absolutely true. I mean, Jim Jordan specifically, like
I hate him so much. Sorry, it's so funny that you picked him. He is so high on my list.
I'm actually really well versed with American politics, and
I'm sorry.
It really started like. Well, I mean, it started nice. It started with President Obama, but I got real concerned and my blood pressure went up real quick in 2016, and then I was like keeping an eye on this every day. I was like Betsy DeVos, like I was like, what is going on here?
Try living here.
Yeah, it was like as if I lived there. And I was so sad because I travel to US and I used to go to Las Vegas and play poker, and and so I was like, oh my God, if this guy gets reelected, like I can't go back for how many years? Like I felt like I was losing a second home, So this has worked out good. But you guys still have a lot of work to do. You still have a lot of politicians to,
Jason is laughing not because any of this is funny, but because you're much more eloquently putting many of the things I've said to him over the last at least 5 years.
And at one point I laughed because Effy gave a real Canadian A in there when she finished her sentence. I loved it. I'm pretty sure she was holding a hockey stick at that point.
Yeah, that's definitely Canadian. But so American politics is really interesting, But one thing I always
circus.
Yeah, man.
It's scary how close to seeing democracy, was gonna, like, it's so fragile. Like democracy.
Democracy is a myth.
Yeah. So it was a really serious eye opener.
I don't know about democracy. I don't think there was any democracy involved since George Jr.
George Jr.?
Or George W. Jr.
As you can see, Krill's not very well versed in politics either.
No, it's just that I don't know. I don't think there's any democracy going on in there, man. Now they got a senile old man that can't put two words together. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
And you know what? This was there before. So now at least people know who to look at and who to keep an eye on, you know?
They definitely should keep an eye on Joe. You might set the house on fire or leave the fucking kettle on.
He watches so much media, Effy. You can't listen. Just carry on.
Yeah, that could be dangerous too for your mental health, for sure.
Exactly.
I don't know, man. It's not even about the media. It's not about the media. I've seen a couple of interviews and I got enough. The man is crazy. Kamala Harris is going to be the president fucking by 2022 tops. It's going to be 25th Amendment. Mark my fucking words.
And you know what? If that's how we're going to get in, then that's fine. Like, at least she's going to get in, right? Like,
good for her. I just don't know what it's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Joe's there just for fucking, he's got a fist up his ass because he can't put two words. He can't put two words together. You can't deny that.
No, I definitely wouldn't, but the other option was scary as fuck. Like, let's be serious, you know? Yeah. So
what about in 2016 when the options were Hillary or Donald?
Listen, but look, like, I'm looking at it from a perspective of just listen to his words alone. Like, forget about everything else.
Who, Trump?
Like, Trump, yeah.
Oh, fuck Trump. He's a retard. I get all that. I'm just saying your personal opinion, because Hillary is not exactly.
What about Benghazi and suicided fucking witnesses?
I'm just saying, like, because you said you're into politics.
I know it's a question to you, but I'm just gonna
let her answer that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Let her answer.
Listen, I wasn't crazy about Hillary either, because we know the history, right? Like, we see her husband and her, you know.
The devil you do know is better than the one you don't.
Exactly.
I mean, I think by body count, Hillary leads by like at least 95.
But I think, okay, so this is what I think. I think if Hillary was elected, then we would have gone in a different direction.
We would have gone toward Russia.
So yeah, well, different
100%.
direction.
That would have been
but
so
what
bad.
I'm saying is that I could see that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president. I hope she is. So
that's 100%. There's no doubt about it.
That's how we got here, is like how I look at it. Unfortunately, we had to go through shit to get to this.
Before we keep moving on and get into all kinds of other questions, is there any other things you want to add to the matter at hand before we move on completely? Because we're going to all kinds of other things now, American politics and stuff. Right. So I really I want you to get everything you have to say about the matter at hand in here before we start going into more American politics or how to bake apple pie.
I'm good with American politics for now. So yeah, no, there's really not much else to say. But we live here in Canada. Obviously, we have our own issues. And for me, one of the biggest ones is obviously what we've been talking about, police, systemic sexual violence, systemic racism. And I think we have a tough road ahead of us, because there wasn't much talk about this before. It was so quiet, and so everything was so behind closed doors. So we're trying to bring it out in public. We want people to hear and see what's going on. And so we're hoping that all this awareness, is going to bring us to the table with the lawmakers and go to court and fight through the courts and stuff. So it's going to be a long road, but I think it's worth every step.
Well, I can tell you this much. It's not like this is something that I noticed is becoming a thing, and you're the one I picked out of the group of people to speak to. You're the one that brought it to my attention, put it in my face, wouldn't let me forget about it, and then I reached out to you. So you're definitely doing something right.
Thank you so much. That was my plan, is that, you know what, we've been polite for so long and I'm using the word polite, but we've been, just trying to figure this out amongst ourselves, thinking that it was going to resolve for so long that we've just lost hope. Like we have no faith in our police service. We have no faith in our unions. And, if you dare not march to the beat of their drums, you fall on the sword. So, it's so important that we put it out there raw. And I don't suggest everybody come out and start screaming on Twitter, but do whatever.
Of course,
No,
Kirill
no,
does.
you have to be but you have to be comfortable with what you're sharing, because there was times where I didn't want to talk about this stuff because I wasn't comfortable. I wasn't feeling safe. Now I feel safe enough to talk about it. I feel that people are now listening. I'm seeing more women speak up. I'm seeing the community speak up. So that's what's bringing me to this point of like screaming and, putting, going into people's faces on Twitter and swearing and all this. I think it's a very important, it's not so much the language, the message is really important. And the message is we're angry, we're pissed, we're tired, we're fed up. And we want equality, we want justice, we want the same thing as everybody else. Like nobody wants any special treatment here. We just want equality, we want to go to work and not sit amongst guys who ask us questions about our body parts, or we want to be respected. We want to get equal opportunities. We need to see women in our union. Like there's so much missing in that environment. There is no support system. The women who are promoted are, being used as tools for patriarchy and white supremacy. Like it's sad, it's sad that we're here now, but this is happening everywhere. So policing is no different.
Yeah. You say equality, and, you are part of the people that police communities. I work in an office. If I said or did even a fucking 1% of the shit that some of these male officers have done to you and these other women, I would be fired. I would be arrested. A lot of bad shit would happen. So yeah, it should be equal. And like you said, you're not only treated different, or it's a different process, it's a lesser process. And that's a fucked up thing for someone who's a peer to those people.
Absolutely. And you know what you say, it's funny you say in your office and stuff, but I'm in talk with a friend of mine. She works for Bell Canada, and she went through some serious abuse and bullying and management and stuff. So this does happen in other places too. Absolutely. However, let's say you now became a police officer and you went and became, you went and you sat on parade, which is, shift meeting before you go on the road. And so that's the room where everybody sits together, jokes, laughs, says few shit, whatever. Now you being in that environment, you'll have officers that will like say some real nasty shit. You would have to sit quietly and either laugh along or listen and be part of it. So it's not that, it's the environment, the environment is allowing people to behave the bad people to behave this way. And it makes good officers, just numb to it, because in order to be part of this culture, you have to, and it's the same in military. I'm sure, paramedics are the same. I've talked to a few paramedics. They've said similar stuff, but I'm not really sure how bad it is. But I've talked to women firefighters who have, gone through some serious sexual violence, and had to leave work. So it just seems like where there is, this type of dominant A-type personality men, not just men, because women can also be complicit in this type of stuff, but it's happening there, and it seems like where it's less women, because we're only like 20% of the service.
It's a lot of testosterone, a lot of muscle, and a lot of dominance,
a lot of ego,
right? That's what it is.
Fragile ego too.
It truly is like high school.
That's what it fucking sounds like, but even worse.
No, but it's worse, because high school, you have 4 years and you get out. This is like 30 years. And this policing is very unique. It's a very unique, because they condition you. They start you off slowly. They break you down, and then they build you back up as you're one of us. You're part of the team. You're this, you're that. And this is something we all go through. Like, it's how you become part of any like organization, like especially in policing. You wear the same uniform. You're working with guys. Like, you hear their life stories. So you make lifelong friendships. You become like, you go to each other's weddings, funerals, kids' birthdays. So now you come out of this unit and you go into another unit, and you're supposed to investigate this guy who, a female officer complained about, right? It just makes no sense, because we are all like family. So how can you expect us to govern ourselves, to, behave properly when our parents are assholes. Like the chief is just sitting there and, bearing this stuff like it doesn't exist. This is just going to get bigger and it's going to get worse. And they think by admitting fault and by, trying to fix things, it makes them look worse. But it makes you look stronger when you can admit to your faults. Nobody can say they're perfect. But if you're just going to pretend like you don't have any problems, people, right? It's just people are going to get fed up and they're going to fight back. I'm not afraid of retaliation. Like, if I'm going to, God forbid, if I get killed for whatever reason, I'm glad I died fighting a seriously important cause. But at the end of the day, you can't live in fear and, not fight. And or you either do it or you don't. So I chose to do it, and I chose to do it loud. And, I chose to just display it for, for everybody to see. Because I think that's how it could really be effective. This is not a one-man job. This is like, it's going to take a lot of women, a lot of people to come together and raise their voices, because, we're dealing with a serious organized, it's like arm of the government. This is an institution where they've done this for generations.
You just said that, God forbid, I hope I don't die or get killed for this or whatever. But you're fighting for a cause, and it's funny to me, not funny, but whatever. It rang a bell in my ears. Tupac Shakur. I mean, a lot of people listen to us because we cover a lot of hip hop or familiar with him. I don't know if you are, but considered one of the best rappers of all time, and a revolutionary type guy. His mom was one of the people as part of the Black Panthers, and he said a famous quote from him is, I don't care if I die fighting for the cause, because at least I'm fighting for something. And like you saying that, like, I got fucking chills. So it's like, that is some powerful shit. You are fucking all the way in on this.
Oh, you have to be all in, because I'm not really familiar with Tupac's music. Like, I listen to like Drake.
No. You're on the wrong show if you say listen to Drake.
I'm sorry.
I'm just fucking with you. But.
I like good. Different types of music. I like, Andrea Bocelli. Like, I like all kinds of music. But Tupac, I'm not really familiar with. But those are true words. Like, in anything, if you truly believe in something, there's some people I really listen to them, and or their story really stays with me. And one is Rosa Parks. When she decided to sit at the front of that bus, yep. She knew she was going to get arrested. Mm-hmm. Yet she didn't care, because she's like, enough is enough. We need to do something. This needs to stop. So she did what she had to do, and she had the community support her and everything. So this is how you make change. You make change by fighting, by, doing whatever it takes to make change.
All right, Amy, anything else you want to get in here on the matter at hand before we move on to, maybe some Dave Chappelle? Maybe Effy likes Dave Chappelle. I heard a rumor she might like Dave Chappelle, and some other fun stuff, right? Because there's a lot more to Effy than the matter at hand. But Amy, I know this is something you're taking seriously. So is there anything else you want to get in here before we move on?
No. I mean, I think we're good. We can definitely all talk about this literally all night long. So
no shit, because it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper.
I know.
I mean, on the one hand, I'm kind of like, even though I've known you for so long and I know you so well, I'm a little surprised that both of you two sound like somebody just ripped a Band-Aid off, and that this is new information for you. But at the same time, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's at a different place in their level of knowledge of the world around them and what is and isn't happening in their backyard. Mm-hmm. So you have to start learning that somewhere. I just am surprised. Like, it's so pervasive here, I guess. And maybe I've been personally in so many situations that it's such common knowledge to me that it's surprising to me to hear the surprise in your voice. But I think that's a good thing, because I think that there are plenty of other people that would hear that and go, oh, wait, I'm not crazy for not knowing that.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier too, growing up, like, I had friends of every different race, ethnicity, whatever, and they would come over to my place. It could be a Vietnamese person, a Jamaican person, a Serbian person, and another white Canadian sleeping over at my place as a little kid at my parents' place, right? And we're having a Saturday night sleepover. We're going to play video games all night long. My parents were all cool with that. It was never something I was exposed to, the racism stuff and the sexism stuff. I mean, Jesus, my mom would beat the fucking life out of me if I ever acted wrong to a woman, right? So it's just mind-blowing to me. And plus, like Effy pointed out, it's the media. You don't see that on CTV or CKCO or City TV or any of that shit like you do in the States, right? It's a lot more out there and in your face.
Well, it's also, I think that what a lot of Americans that you see online, especially in this last year or two, have been a lot more vocal about and reconciling themselves, a lot of them, is what you're saying, what you just said is at the same time true. And I know a lot of people believe that and have had that experience, but also not really what the conversation is. So, and Effy, stop me if I'm over speaking here, but to make a correlation to this conversation, that's like me saying, well, I don't get it. I didn't realize that really happened. I've never been sexually assaulted. I've never been sexually offended or non-sexually just offended. I've never been bullied at work. I mean, like, I'm sure it's out there somewhere, but it can't be that bad. It's never happened to me. My coworkers have never done. So that it's the same conversation, right? So now we're getting to this place in both conversations with racism, with the, this kind of, in this case, police, I don't even know what word to use, but like bad behavior, right? But it's pervasive across industries and situations that the conversation then becomes, once that light flips on and you go, oh my God, I didn't realize it. Now I realize it. I get it. I see what you're saying, but I didn't realize it because I didn't, my parents didn't, my school didn't, my bosses never. And that's where it's the big leap. Then that's what Effy's pushing for now, is the big leap into, you're right, you didn't have that experience because it didn't happen to you. But what people are trying to say and what is happening is that it's not a situation most of the time anymore where one person is racist or sexist or denigrating or whatever to another person. The point most of the people that are at now who are trying to yell and scream like Effy is dismantling or at least making awareness of the bigger institutionalized picture, saying law enforcement as a whole is set up to oppress people who aren't the superiors. Women, in her case, are set up by the very virtue of how the whole situation is put together and governed and run to not get the attention they feel they need or do deserve when this happened. Like, that's the bigger picture. It's not, I finally got abused at work, so now I understand. It's that it never has to happen to you for it to exist and everybody to know about it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that circles back into the white privilege thing. I know you're talking about something else, but it's kind of the same thing, right? Like, I didn't realize that's an actual thing until I realized it's an actual thing. And it's just like you're saying, it's not put out there as much. So until you're in the midst of it, you might not realize it's a thing.
Yeah, that's my closing thought on the matter. Thanks for asking.
I don't know. Effy might have hung up by now.
No, Amy is absolutely right. Like, we're at a point where we're like, okay, everybody has seen it and has heard of it, and so how do we change the system that, we're not silencing victims, we're not transferring, moving, abusing, whatever. Like, why is it that, the law is paying for these service pays for?
To put it simply, Jason, to make it very easy, it would be like if I came to you and said, I can't believe I'm saying this, I was raped. Now, I have not, that's not a real story, but as an example, you would be like, oh,
on a plane down to Ohio looking for those motherfuckers.
I know that's a real thing. I can't believe this happened to somebody I know. Justice
I'll rip their fucking heads off.
Right. But
I'd kill them. I'm not joking.
But would that
translate?
But would that translate in your mind to that happens every day? And it happens more if I'm a cop. And that happens more if I have a big mouth. And
I
that
see
happens
what you're saying.
More.
I see.
But why would you think about it unless you pay attention to all this? It's not happened to you.
Yeah, because it's like a 6'5", 270-pound male. I'm not a lot of people are coming at me, right? And it's not because I'm some big tough guy. It's just people look and they're like, oh, there's an easier target, right? Whether they know me or not. And I mean, what's the easiest target is children, which is fucking despicable, and also women, which is despicable, but that's next in line, right? So fuck, I don't know. It's eye opening to me, like that fucking emoji with the two big eyes. You know what I mean? Effie, your story is like that to me, and Amy, you explaining it and like making me understand it more. It's not like I'm like, wow, I can't believe something like this has ever happened, but it's just mind blowing, especially the way a man, this boys club thing. Like, how the fuck can you act like that? That's not a boys club. Boys don't act like that. At least in my experiences. That's how boys get fucked up. You don't bully people. You don't take advantage of people that are weaker than you or smaller than you. And as a police officer, I mean, that should be straight up. You guys are the biggest gang in the world with guns. Like fucking, you don't see Crips killing each other. Well, you do, but you know what I mean? Crips in the same clique, Bloods in the same clique. And I know that's LA. I'm not trying to make it look like it's Kitchener or some shit, but like you guys are the biggest gang in the world. If the people who were trying to put the women down, or even I'm sure there's men that get, at least verbally abused in that, especially weaker men.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, putting them down, like, yo, if you guys all got together and got on the same page, you guys would really run shit. It's just mind fucking blowing.
The psychological part of what's like for victims, it's really hard, is that a lot of people that have been abused and are being betrayed by the system have trust issues. So you're, as a victim who's worked in the same place, and suddenly you're take me for example, file a sexual assault, human rights complaint. Suddenly all my colleagues have disappeared. Nobody wants to message me. I had one supervisor who was really kind, and he would like message me, like, ask me how I'm doing every now and again and stuff. He was ordered not to talk to me. So
what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ordered not to talk to you.
Jason, listen to this. Imagine, I'm going to give you this because, Effie, I don't know if you have any awareness of this culture, but we both have worked in kitchens, restaurants, chef type situations.
Yeah.
Think of old school kitchen culture with guns and unions.
What the fuck, man?
Think about how normal it is to go to work, be berated, spit at, tossed out, fucked with, touched, pushed, all of that, normal. And give it total immunity, protection, silence, and guns.
And what's scary is that, like, of course, in a kitchen, this is shit scary because there's knives and everything everywhere. But
you got guns.
Yeah,
that's worse than knives.
About, like,
well, I'm talking about the culture. Think about how normal it is to be treated so badly and be like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, to put that back into policing, it's like you have all these things that Amy just said, but the people are walking around with guns. So, and like, who the hell wants to fight the police? You tell me.
Nobody.
I mean, nobody. You do.
I took a shot at that once. Full disclosure, Effie, it's not like I give a shit, and other people, listeners of the show, have heard this before. I've been arrested a few times when I'm much, much younger. I was arrested. I've been to prison a couple times, 3 times. And like, yeah, even like when, hating the police, it's still like, I'm on the other side of the law. You still can't touch them. You can't touch them, right? You cannot fight the police. You're fucked if you do.
You cannot fight the police. And nobody knows better than a police officer that you can't fuck with the police, okay? Because I have seen, I know, I have friends who are, colleagues who, have been followed. I had one of my colleagues told me that they were listening on her phone conversations. They have unlimited money to put surveillance on you.
Like criminals, you mean?
No, police officers.
The police.
Like,
okay.
So my colleague who, I'm not going to say her name, but she filed some serious allegations. She had evidence of stuff, and, they were following her. They were trying to scare her. So nobody wants to fight the police, but especially because as, employers, they have our information. They know where we live. Obviously it's the police. So they know everybody's information, but So for me to come, for anybody to come forward, I'm bringing it back to the point you were just making, is that we can't just connect together and build, a front. This, like, we are in now, a lot of us, like, I have female friends that are often from different divisions from sexual harassment. They have PTSD, and it's far worse than I thought, because only like in the last 2 years, I started to talk to, women from other divisions and other police services. And because it takes time for us to trust each other, victims, a lot of times they just want to be left alone, and they want to just get their life back together. They don't want to be reminded. So, it's hard to get, to organize and fight together, but we are getting over that by just talking publicly more. And thankfully it's working out, where people are realizing that, okay, there's more women talking, there's more victims coming forward, but it's going to take time.
So being a police officer, like you just said, you see other officers go through different things on the street on duty. I mean, there has to be, I would assume anyways, where you see another officer get rough with a person, or maybe even you have. And it's like, it was a little too much, but that person was being a fucking asshole. I'm not talking George Floyd. I'm talking, like, okay, say it's you trying to put someone in handcuffs. It's a male and he's much bigger than you. And he's calling you every fucking name in the book and telling you to go fuck yourself. And he's spitting on you. Like, does it come a time that, human emotion takes over and you do have to get a little more aggressive?
Well, human emotion comes in everything. Like, you can, from the minute you get out of the car, and it's just human nature. You look at your, the person you're there to talk to, whether it's a suspect or a victim, like, our emotion is always involved in everything. But, I've been in situations with my colleagues where, we were rolling around on the ground with the suspect, and, you get a lot of emotions coming at you, because, I've had people bite my thumb. I had someone try to take my gun. I was punched in the face. These things happen, and your emotions goes up the roof, of course. Like, when I got punched in the face, it wasn't the first time I was punched in the face, because remember, I was fighting since I was in grade 6.
Yeah.
So, right. And the key to fighting, and being able to fight, is that you got to be comfortable getting hit. So, right. So, I when I got punched in the face, of course I was angry. So we got on top of him, we handcuffed him and stuff. But you know what? I have never, ever kicked anybody. I have never, ever done anything excessive to anybody, because my background has a huge part of it. Is because, when you go through stuff, when you see people struggle, you understand it's mental health. You understand it's, it's people at their worst. Now, I'm not going to lie and say I didn't have moments when I was like, fuck me, like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, this guy's, but at the end of the day, right, like, I treated everybody with respect. I was in the presence of an officer who was racist as hell. And like, he wasn't even shy about it. He talked about Black people. He talked about Muslims. We went on a call once, and he was like, you people are here again doing this and that. And he was talking to a group of Muslim Somalians. And, and I was just so angry, because, of course, like, being a Muslim myself, but as a person, I was just embarrassed. And I'm like, I pulled him aside. I'm like, cut this shit out. This is ridiculous, whatever. Like, and then, of course he doesn't cut it out, because who the hell am I? Like, he's got he's got the guys on the shift, like, whatever. And happened that when I filed a human rights complaint, I brought forward evidence of him being racist, because I thought, you know what? This isn't even funny. This isn't even a joke. This guy is actually going out there now, putting his racism on the public, putting his, his sexism and all this other stuff on display. And that's when you realize that this person is harmful. Like, they're, they should be reported. They should be talked to at the very least, or whatever. So that's why the reason why I reported this was because of severity of, working in the same division for 10 years. You get to see officers up front, and some of them, to a point where you're like, become concerned for them, whether it's their health or whether it's the way they're treating the public, And we have to speak up. I mean, if we just sit back and let people do whatever the hell they want, then we're no different than these thugs and
gangsters,
organized crime. Like, what is the difference?
Has there been any specific threat? I mean, like you said, obviously they're not going to arrest you. They can't take you to court, or they would be doing that. So it's just lawyers writing what they hope are scary letters. But has anybody specifically made any threats about, going to jail, going to court, trying to scare you, or is it all just pretty general kind of shit?
Just a cease and desist letter, and Howard Levitt, just those two. But nobody has threatened me or threatened my life, thankfully.
I saw the post with the $500,000 from the lawyer, and I about choked to death.
I know. And you know what? After hiring a lawyer and after going to court and after fighting, the judge reduced it to $50,000, and she made me pay for the court cost. And I'm just like, why am I paying for the court cost when I didn't have a choice? Like, you know what I mean? There's reasons why I had to hire a lawyer. So,
sorry to go backwards a little bit. We'll go back to what we're talking about as soon as Jason hops back on here. But what, when he first came on, you told me about that he wanted you to take the settlement thing. What was the agreement to begin with? Was this on a contingency? Was he on a retainer? I mean, I assume that he already knew he was getting paid even if you didn't settle or whatever.
Howard was, the way he went about it was really interesting. And now that I look back, it kind of makes sense. What he had done was he went on an article that was specifically about myself and my colleague. And he made comments that women are heroes now if they come forward, and, now they can go to court and stuff. So he was advocating for us. We went and had a meeting with him. We decided we weren't going to hire him. We hired a different law firm. And then Howard went on the radio and said we had hired him. So, that kind of upset our lawyer. And we decided that, we might as well just go with Howard. So then we had him for about 6 months. He was just not a very professional, nice person. He was barely ever around, barely spoke to him. We basically, he walked us into mediation. The agreement that we had signed with him was 33%. This was the first time I've ever gone to any, real lawyer where I was, I trusted him. At first I thought what's going to happen? He's here to help me. I had no idea. So, when we walked into mediation, by then I was like, okay, this guy is not nice. We had meetings where he said things that I didn't feel right about. So I recorded the 2-day mediation. And, it was horrific. It was 2 days of him yelling at us that nobody cares about this. And you guys, no, you can't go back to work. Your employer is going to prove that you're lying, that you're not sick. 2 days of that. And then he wanted us to sign a non-disclosure and walk away. And I was just like, what the hell is going on here? And that was the one I said, you know what, I'm just going to fight this, Bill. Give me whatever, so he was just nasty with his emails, so unprofessional. He would say go ahead and take it to court. I don't care. I'm going to win anyways. That's the type of language, and it was so hard for me because not only I was dealing with my employer, I was dealing with Howard now, and he wanted me to hand over $500,000 to him. And literally 2 weeks later, he's sending me an email, where's my money? I was like, what the hell is going on? So
I know at one point, this is probably about 2-3 weeks ago, you and I were texting, and you texted me, I'm starting to hate lawyers more than I hate cops. And I mean, we got to give a fast shout out to our girl, Steffi Lynn. Any of the advice that I sent to you from her, have you looked into that at all? Is that a thing that's working out? I don't expect you to go into detail if it is or isn't. I'm just wondering where you're at with that. Have you looked into that?
If I'm not mistaken, she's a lawyer, yes?
No, Steffi is the one I sent you the screenshot of. She wanted you to contact. I mean, we're going all the way there, and I know Steph's not going to give a shit.
Oh, I think I'm sorry. My mind is not.
No, it's all good. Michael Schmituch, it looks like. I'm not sure to say that. I sent you a screenshot of it, and that they handle all that stuff. I can say the information again. I mean, I'm sure you go through enough on a daily basis. You forgot. I was just wondering if that was ever someone you did reach out to, and what happened with that.
It doesn't ring a bell. I think
Okay.
it was probably you sent it around the time when I got Howard's bill, and like I was just like my head was exploding.
Yeah, because it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago when we were first supposed to have you on, and then some things went sideways on that day, and you texted me. And
that was the day I got my judgment.
Yeah. I didn't want to bring all that up, but yeah.
That was a tough day, and
I know,
week, because I'm always open to go on podcasts and bring awareness. So for me to cancel that, it was really hard. But, I was just so emotional. I'm already in debt. I have to pay Howard another $73,000. I have to pay Howard $73,000, which I don't have. And he wants to garnish my wages. Like,
what?
He can garnish my wages. Like, it's a
How
shit.
the fuck do these people keep doing this shit? Like, it's just scumbag move after scumbag move.
It is. And you know what? I've been speaking publicly about Howard because Howard, this isn't his first merry-go-round, okay? He knows what he's doing, and he's been doing this before. I talked to another woman that he had jumped on her case and gave her a bill for $100,000, and she took him to court. But he likes to keep everything quiet because, he likes his image. And just the fact that he had gone to the media and spoke specifically on an article in the Toronto Sun that was about myself and my colleague, was how he was trying to hook us in to, as victims. We wanted an advocate. We wanted somebody who would fight for us. We needed somebody because our service turned their back on us. So, as victims, you trust whoever says whatever. So I'm like, you know what? I need to put this out there so people know not to trust Howard. Like, this is a trap.
The deeper we get, the more fucked up it gets. As a goddamn criminal, when I was younger on the other side of law enforcement, like I said, I did time, I did this, I did that. But there were times I got arrested for doing shit that I definitely should have went to jail for. I had legal aid because of the legal money I was making at the time allowed me to get legal aid, and I got off on probation. That is fucked up that major crimes like this, a person who's in this shit can't get proper legal representation.
Yes, it's very
I fully admit too, by the way, I was a fucking piece of shit when I was younger. Like, it's not like I'm like looking for redemption or anything. Like, I was a fucking idiot. I was dumb. I broke the law all the time. I was an idiot. But I mean, that is fucked up where I can get free legal representation and get off on probation for certain things when I definitely should have went to prison. And you, a part of that, can't get proper legal representation. And if you do, you're paying $500,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah, it is so horrendous. And then, I find out today that our former chief, Saunders, is now a special advisor to Ontario Police. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? Why are these men who are supposed to be making change and helping the service and helping the system and changing it for the better are now, like when he retired, right? It was in the middle of a shit show. Human Rights Tribunal was coming out with their decision. There was so much things going on, and he just retired. He just walked away. And this is the problem with the Police Services Act, is that there is no accountability for anybody. Yes, there is policies, there's procedures, but if people aren't going to follow it, then you have nothing. You just have a, bunch of people, just abusing a system. So it's very frustrating to see these people getting recycled into the system, and same thing has happened with Ottawa Police. Same thing is happening again here. It's horrendous. It's just exhausting because it's the whole system. People like Howard, for him to feel so confident that he can do this to a police officer, and I keep saying this because I think that knowing your rights makes a huge difference, right? Like, if you know what you, what your rights are, if you know what someone can get away with. As a lawyer, the shit he was doing, I was just like in shock. And, by the time it was time to speak up, it was too late. So we have an obligation, in my opinion, to speak up, to warn the public that there's lawyers like this out there. There is police officers like this out there, because, and you talk about yourself saying you should have gone to jail, but, there's people that are doing far worse that are not going to jail also, and let's not forget that there is corrupt cops, there's corrupt judges, there's corrupt lawyers. It's everywhere, it's everywhere. So
yeah, my experiences with police when I was younger, I was doing all kinds of terrible shit. Not terrible. I mean, I wasn't out there fucking catching bodies and murdering people, but I guess I can speak on this freely. I don't even know if we have a statute of limitations like the States does, but it's like 20 fucking plus years ago. I was selling drugs, doing dumb shit. Like I said, I served time and
so
been charged
be a
multiple
premier
times.
right now.
What's that?
Why are you not the premier?
Why? Because I don't smoke crack.
Okay,
but
sorry, go ahead.
but yeah, like going through all that shit, in between the times I would get arrested, the cops were always fucking with me. And I'd be like, oh, they're fucking with me for no reason. Well, they're fucking with me for a reason. They're fucking with me because I'm a known drug dealer. I'm a known asshole, basically. The times I did like serve, the punishment I did get, looking back on it, I think it was less than I deserved. But the fucking with me in between was fucked up. Like pulling us over for no reason and fucking with the car, so then the car has to get impounded. Like I watched a cop one time stand on the bumper of my buddy's car and bounce up and down until the bumper ripped off. And he's like, "Oh, we got to call a tow truck for this one. It's unfit to drive." So you're talking, I get what you're saying to some extent, but at the same time, this is why it's so eye-opening to me, because looking back on it, I definitely deserved what I got and more. And the times the cops fuck with us, we kind of deserved it. We're acting like assholes for years.
But then again, there's people that are not assholes and they're just being stopped for no reason and their bumpers is getting kicked and stuff. So
yeah.
I've worked with officers that I was embarrassed to sit next to.
Really? That's where I was going with this.
I mean,
have you ever been in that situation where because like times I've seen, I mean, it's pulled over for no fucking reason, whether it be me or another buddy's car. Back when we were younger, like I said, we were fuckheads. Pulled over for no reason, whatever they do to fuck with us or fuck with the car or do whatever. And they would pull up, it could be 6, 8 fucking cruisers, right? And there's cops all around and we're on whatever street and they keep the lights going to embarrass us. And there's nothing going on. There's no dope in the car. There's nothing in the car. So like at those points, you feel embarrassed?
I mean, there is, it's hard to say because there was times where I pulled people over and I put my lights on because, you don't know who you're dealing with. Just because the car comes back to this person doesn't mean that, the driver is that person. Or sometimes you when you run the plate, you see that the person has charges for drugs, charges for, whatever charges they have. So you proceed with caution. But what I don't like, what I don't, condone, like I don't support is that you have the right to, as a police officer, obviously as anybody, to feel safe when you're doing something. But it's when you become an asshole, when you bring your own bias, when you start to do things that are, outside of what it is to be safe, then that's when you're looking at the guy like, why am I working with this guy? So yeah, I've been in those situations. So in your situation, it depends. Like, I don't know what your, CPIC said. I don't know what your, right, based on that. But at the same time, you still have to treat people with dignity, with respect, right? I had a person come up to my car once. I was sitting down at Sherburne and Young one day. Sherburne and Bloor. And it's a street in my division, Amy. And I was, writing up a radio call and I was I was driving and my partner was sitting beside me. He was a junior officer, but not by much. All of a sudden I hear somebody knock on the window on my passenger and, my partner rolled on the window and it's a guy in an orange jumpsuit. And he's like, hey, in an orange jumpsuit. Like he was just released from
Was for Milton?
Yeah, he was just released, so he had his like, you know, his suit still on, and his shoes were, you know, it's prison shoes, right?
Yeah.
And he says to me, "I'm starving. Can you get me food?" And so my partner just rolls out the window, and I was just like, why are you right? Not to say like I'm such a great person, but I went and bought him food because I feel like everybody deserves, you know,
something to eat.
To eat. To be fair, though, I did ask him if he went to jail for molesting kids because I don't.
At that point, I'll give you something to eat. Fists, right? Fucking.
You know, but like, right? But just think, like, what comes back to what I was trying to say is that you have to treat everybody with respect, like no matter what they did. So even if they pulled you over and you were, you were on charges, we still have to do our safety and stuff, but doesn't mean we have to treat you like shit. Right. That's where humanity comes in.
Have you, like you said, when you came here, you know, grade 6, you're getting called a stupid fucking packy. And the best thing about that is because, you know, we were born 1 year apart. I remember those days, like when I was younger. It's like anyone who's brown, if they're from India, fucking Iraq, wherever the fuck they're from, they're packies. And that's still not right. They're Pakistanis. Being on the job, was that something that you got from, whether it be white, black, whatever it is, like fuck you, you brown bitch, or fuck you, you packy, or any of that stuff? Did you face a lot of that as well?
There was a few nicknames that I did not like, and
from criminals.
No, from colleagues. No.
Criminals, fuck! Like, I was talking about criminals. Colleagues talk to you about this shit.
Yeah, of course. No. Let's get something straight. My interactions with the public has been 99% good. Like, thank God. I've had, even though, like, you know, somebody tried to take my gun once, I was punched in the face.
What?
I roll on the ground.
We need to hear this story.
I was spat at. Like, no, I mean, this is 10 years of working frontline. Of course, you know, you're faced with like people with mental health issues and all this.
So you say, of course, like it's natural to us. That shit is not natural. Someone's trying to take your gun and you're in a fight. And I mean, you're not exactly the size of Brock Lesnar. Like you're not a massive human being.
No, but listen, like when you're dealing with somebody who, you know, police say we were called for a fight in a parking lot behind a school property. It was late at night. So like I say 10 o'clock at night. So it was on a weekend. Obviously there's no school. So we show up and everybody jumps the fence except one guy. He was hammered. So we went and brought him out. And, you know, we were trying to find out, you know, where, you know, obviously there was no complainant. We weren't going to charge him on anything, but he was still intoxicated. And obviously, like, you know, we had to find out who he was and where did we take him and stuff. And when we were trying to find out, he got aggressive. So he reached for my gun, and, you know, him being, excuse me, he wasn't that tall, but he was taller than me and stockier. So it turned into a fight, and we're just rolling on the ground. And, you know, he was, but I could see that he wasn't like, he had mental health issues. Like he was obviously under, you know, intoxication. Like he was intoxicated. He was under all kinds. I don't know. Sometimes, you know, people are on medication. There's different things. So, you know, we got him under control. So we found out that he was basically supposed to be serving jail on the weekend. So that's why he didn't want us to know his name. Oh. So when I say, like, you know, of course we expect this, it's because police officer is a job everybody knows. You're going to serious calls where people are just distraught, right? So you don't expect hugs and kisses. You don't, right? You expect some sort of something from, depending on where you work too, right? Like busy divisions obviously are much more prone to injuries, to all this other stuff. Like one time we were driving to a threatened suicide call, and thank God dispatcher gave us the wrong address, because the body of this poor woman would have landed on the top of our car. So
what?
Thankfully, and I say thankfully loosely, but like when we pulled up, you know, she landed in front of our car. So, you know, and, you know, you see this stuff and it's just horrific. And then her family showed up and they were distraught and all this. So when I talk about racism and stuff, I'm not talking about the public, right? I'm talking about racism from within.
Yes. I know that is your bigger message. I wasn't, I'm just trying to say like outside of the inside, but continue with what you were saying.
So no, the outside you expect, that you would be faced with some sort of danger. And that's why, you have colleagues and we all look for we have each other's backs and stuff. So that's a given. But when, one of the things that was on my shift, one of the guys on my shift would call me a gypsy. So that really pissed me off, right? Like he was always calling me a gypsy.
You know something fucked up with this? Through college, I worked at Topper's Pizza. I was a manager and the owner was an Iranian dude and he called me a gypsy. But it was all in good fun. He called me the pizza gypsy because I would always be stealing slices of pizza.
So, and you know what? I guess it's how you take it, like
exactly, and how it's put together, right? Like
right. So, and that was the lighter one. I was also, called a sand N-word.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure that.
Yeah. Through high school, I mean, like I said, we're 1 year apart. These are terms I am fucking familiar with. It's fucked up because I played basketball through high school at a very high level, to the point where I wasn't even eligible to play on the high school team. And I was the white boy, right? So when I was playing provincial ball and we would go play places like Detroit or Buffalo, and all of those players are black, and it's a provincial team. Most of the players on my team are black. I would get called wigger, white boy trying to be a black dude, fucking this, that, whatever. And I was like, this is so fucking confusing. I don't know if I'm Will Smith or fucking Michael Douglas. I don't know what I'm supposed to be right now. It's a confusing fucking thing. And it's some sort of weird reverse fucking racism, right? Like fucking, why you hate me because I'm white and I play a sport that is predominantly black people? It's a fucked up spot to be in.
Yes, and we're talking about high school kids too. Like, not that to say it's right and what they're doing. Like, everybody knows racism is racism, but so you certainly see that in policing too. Like, one of the worst things I was called was a muzzy, which is short for Muslim.
Muslim, yeah.
And that was a detective.
And are you even Muslim?
I was born a Muslim, but I practice Buddhism. I'm spiritual. I don't really, I've lost faith in religion, so I don't really want to get into that. But
I got a giant fucking wall stick-on thing of Buddha in my living room.
So do I.
I'm with you. Oh yeah, really? I gotta take a picture and send it to you.
I'm not kidding. I do too. And that's what I love about that is that there's no judgment. You can it's all about self-love, and a lot of it is something that we're missing. And that's what I love about the Buddha. The practices of Buddha it's different. I was born a Muslim. My parents were never really religious. It didn't play part in me growing up. Funny enough, as a cop, when I worked, sometimes I worked during Christmas. I would work for like church services and stuff. They would hire us for traffic or whatever. And I always found warmth and solace going into a church, Okay. So not that I have a problem with the religions. I think that the other side of it is that, somehow religion is benefiting men. Like only men are benefiting. Women always have to be quiet, and anyway.
I can agree with that. I have no use for religion for the most part, because it's a cult, and like back to a boys' club, whether it be a boys' club or like it's just the people that reign supreme. They run that club, and all of these other people have to look up to them. And I'm like, that's a fucking cult. That's that's Waco, Texas shit.
I think it's gonna eventually weed out religion, because I think religion was more for the times when there was no laws, so people kind of abided by certain rules, But I think any time, but I don't know personally, and I think everybody's entitled to make whatever decision they want, whether it's religion, whatever it is, as long as they, live a happy, healthy life, right? Like good choices. And I think if there is a God or if there isn't a God, it doesn't matter, because being good is universal, right? being kind is something that we should all practice. We should all be mindful of how we treat each other. So, that's one thing that has always been important to me. My mom was very she wasn't religious at all, and she was really spiritual too. So, coming from Iran, it was really refreshing because, I hear my friends' moms, some of them are still like the old school Persian mentality, and it's hard, right? Like living in a country where you want to, be, free and whatever, but you have to follow these old rules and old cultures. And it's just as if there isn't already enough shit to deal with.
Jesus Christ. So on the street, on the job, on the duty, let's hear some stories. I mean, we don't need names and details or anything. Like, let's start with some funny shit. What are some humorous things you came across where like you literally were laughing at the person, whether it be a drunk person or, you know what I mean? Not someone who's all fucked up and in a bad way, but someone who is just like, oh man, I need to just guide this guy home or whatever it may be. Like I'd imagine as a police officer, you must come across all kinds of shit, and some of it must be funny to you.
You know what? The only honestly, like I've never had anybody ask me about a funny time, but I can tell you like 10 of the worst things I've ever dealt with. Like,
okay, let's go with that then. Let's go with that. Let's hear some stories.
So one of the things that is really hard for all of us, and I can say all of us with certainty and confident, is that when we attend radio calls where there's children involved, it really affects us. And I unfortunately had an incident when I was like 2 years on the job, maybe. It was a day shift. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Nearly, I was just pulling to the station. I was just about to go on the radio, tell dispatch I'm in for shift. And, it was a Saturday. It was in January, and I was supposed to be going to my niece's, I want to say 3rd birthday. So as I'm about to log off, dispatch is like, sorry, there's a echotier, child not breathing, she gave me the address. And so I was new, obviously, like a couple of years, you're still a rookie. I was working alone, and I was just driving to this call, and I was praying to God that this child was going to be okay. By the time I got there, I was hoping ambulance would be there, because obviously you want to be able to have as many hands there as possible to help. So I got on the scene. I go upstairs, paramedics, fire, they're working on this child. And he was just laying there. He just so innocent. And, I looked around in the room, and certain things just kind of stood out to me. It was like the way the parents were facing away from the door. It just, some things didn't sit well. But as I'm scanning the room, I'm looking at this kid. Poor baby is just laying there, and the paramedics are like working away, and then all of a sudden I go deaf. Like I couldn't hear anything. It was just silence in the room. And then I came back when I heard one of the firefighters like kind of calling me a few times to get me to hold one of the oxygen tanks or whatever they were using, masks. Yeah. So, that was very traumatic. I ended up following the ambulance to Sick Kids Hospital. His father came in the car with me, so we were going after the ambulance. Yeah, we got to Sick Kids. We went right into the surgery, and we had a team of like doctors and nurses, and firefighters were still there, and ambulance was there, because everybody's concerned about this child. And I'm standing there like trying to hold back tears. It's hard. It's not looking good. His color is now like blue. And that's it. They called it. He had passed away. And we just all stood there like for minutes, all of us in the room. And it was just such a cold, hard time. It was it just stayed with me, and it just got worse as the day went by.
How could
I
it
was
not?
told it just got worse because
Go ahead.
because I was the first one on scene, I had to keep continuity. I had to stay with him because it was suspicious, because we wanted the coroner to come. So I was holding the scene for detective and for the coroner. Then I was like, as I'm in the same room with him, his dad comes, his dad and mom are like crying on their knees. They're screaming. And I'm just like, it was just horrible. And then the dad was like, okay. So the detective came and said to me, it was a woman. She was a wonderful detective. She was like, I'm so sorry, Effy. Like, you're going to have to stay longer. Like, I'm like, no problem. Obviously, I'll stay as long as I have to. And, she's like, so they left and I was in the room. Then the parents had decided to donate, some of his body parts. So I had to stand there and make sure that they don't take blood from certain parts because it was going to be an autopsy. By the end of the night, it was 2 a.m. and we took this poor child into the basement where it was the morgue. And it was just, that call stayed with me. That memory just, and what was hard about it is that I went back to the station. This was like 2 o'clock in the morning. And so I had to be back to work the next day at 7 a.m. Because I was doing 7 to 5 shift. And my staff sergeant was the same guy who was yelling at me previously. So he didn't even call me in to say, am I okay? He didn't even offer any services. But I was, why I say that detective was a nice lady was that she actually like pulled me aside the next day and talked to me and was like, I'm really sorry. Like, so she was supportive in that sense, which was really important. But, I should have took some time off. I should have.
So no, I was saying I have two kind of related, but mostly separate questions. One is that, do you find, for you personally, maybe not, as a career path for all people, but do you find that like that type of experience, over time, I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole either, but it doesn't lessen. I was telling Jason this, directly. These are the kinds of stories that people generally want to hear, and they're the ones that you tell the most because they're the ones that you remember the most vividly and that stand out because they're so terrible, right? But over time, it's not that they're not terrible. It's not that they're less awful. It's just that you see enough of it that you get a little jaded in that you realize you're in the position of seeing the underbelly of the world and you're so aware that it is real and it exists that it becomes easier to just tell a story like you just told and be like, yeah, like what else do you think happens? Like, have you found that you get that way over time, or do you still feel like a day one, I can't believe I have to work like this and deal with this kind of feeling whenever you encounter a new situation that's terrible like that?
I mean, looking back, I think differently on this, but when this happened and, then there was other calls where there was suicides and it was just like hard. It was, infant deaths and stuff. Like, it's not that you get desensitized or that you become numb or you become like indifferent to it. It's that you learn that this is what the job is. This is how, like, you learn that, you're here to do your job and to help as best as you can. Like, again, like most of us, I like to say most of us, but know that going into policing is we've all seen shows, right? Like, you're going to see hard times, you're going to see tough things, but when you actually see it, it changes you. And it changed me in a way that, and it doesn't affect everybody the same. Some people can like move on from it, like you said, because for whatever reason, and some people will think about that and it stays with them for the rest of their life. And it just happened that for me, it just, I don't know how to say, nothing good comes out of calls like this, but at least you put your uniform on. Like I did have calls where I made, friends with a victim and I ended up staying friends with them after. So there's calls like that, but bad calls like this, there's no way to prepare for it. I never got used to seeing people, get hurt or die. but I like to think that I can bring some comfort by, helping and doing my job to the best of my ability and bringing compassion. So
right. And that's an underrated, not only quality that people have, but function that a lot of people, especially first responders of any kind, actually do serve. I mean, that's a real part of the job for most people. So I guess some people can just turn it off or whatever, but that's a real part of it. So that being said, on a slightly lighter note, but kind of in congruence with the question before that Jason had asked, had you had in your time when you were active duty any calls or situations where, I'm trying to think of how to word this, like for instance, when I was working ER, right, you see the same shit like you did every day, different versions of the same shit, right? Different neighborhoods, different ages, different whatever. But every so often there would arise a circumstance where even though you do what you do and you know what to expect and you know what you signed up for, that you find yourself maybe not wholly impacted like what you just described, but in the moment kind of going, this shit really is like a movie. Like, did you have any circumstances like that where you were really like, this is so outside of such a normal call and this is going to be national news or regional news that like, I can't believe I'm sitting here being a part of this. This really is like a terrible movie or a great movie. But did you have any moments like that where you actually stood aside as it was happening going, I can't believe I'm doing this?
Oh yes, there was times for sure when I was on calls and I was like, this, like, unless if I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this is happening. But it's funny you say this because I remember saying this to myself a lot more at the station than I did on the road, because you are kind of prepared for certain things on the road, but you're not prepared for what goes on the inside. So there was a lot of times where I was like, I cannot believe this is happening. So, the radio calls are, especially downtown, we're in an 8-kilometer distance radius where it's like shelters, hospitals, halfway houses, and with that, there will be these type of radio calls. I went to there was a time for some reason they called me Dr. Death. I went to quite a few suicides.
Oh my God.
And I would go to sudden death, which, you get there and sometimes it's natural causes. Sometimes it's suicide. Sometimes it's homicide, but most of the stuff would be like suicide or overdose. So you're kind of, and this stuff humbles you, right? Like you learn about this. You take these lessons with you, and it changes you and it grows you and it shapes you. So seeing that woman with her mental health fall in front of my car changed my perspective about mental health, and it really opens your eyes, and then in turn you understand that just because somebody is hostile, like I had somebody spit in my face, but she was on medication, she was drunk, she was depressed, and
how do you recognize that? Sorry to jump in and interrupt you.
You don't sometimes you don't find that out until way later.
Yes, but a couple times Effy has mentioned like you don't know, so you try to take that into consideration if it's a mental health thing, or even intoxicated.
Like a lot of times when you go to radio calls, you get information in advance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously sometimes you don't have time to get the information because it's a hot shot, like it's coming in, it's a stabbing, it's a robbery, like you don't know who's there, what you're dealing with, so you just show up, right? But a lot of times when you're going to calls, if it's a domestic, there's a history, you can find out and read about it before you go, so you'll have some knowledge going in.
So like as it's not exactly Compton, but it is Toronto, are like gunshot victims a thing that you see on a regular basis? Or you just mentioned like stab victims and the place you worked in, you know what I mean? Because some people try to blow it up and try to make it Compton, like Toronto's Compton, but Is that a thing either you went through or colleagues of yours that worked in a different area of Toronto? Is that a thing that is like a daily basis thing? Stabbings, shootings, stuff like that?
I noticed it got worse, actually. Like, so when I started in 2009, for example, let's say in comparison to 2017, there was be day shifts where I would start my day and I would have just enough time to go grab a coffee, grab a newspaper, read what's going on, catch up on notes or do whatever I have to do. And then I would get a radio call. And then in the last, since, I don't know if it was after G20 or maybe a couple of years after G20. I mean, we would come out of the station at 6 a.m. and there would be 30 calls impending. And you're clearing the calls from the night before because, I don't know what happened. We became short and everything, it just blew up. There was more buildings going up downtown, all the parking lots were turning into condos. So, there was more people, but there was less officers. Then there was, hospitals, for example, we would bring someone in within 2 hours, the hospital would let them go. Then they would come back and overdose again. So we would come back and bring them in. So a lot of that is system flaw because, you're spending 2-3 hours at the hospital when somebody needs the police, there's not enough people. So it just got worse. There was times where we were going to 2 shootings a day. I had gotten that there was a few radio calls where I responded. We were the first on scene, me and my partner, and the young man who was shot his body was just still warm. He was dead, but his body was. Oh my
God.
And one was in an elevator where 3 young men were coming out of the elevator and the rival gang just opened fire. So
what the fuck? See, you see this shit like it's just fucking average Sunday. You gotta understand. To me, it's like, what the fuck? Where are we? That is fucking insane. Yeah, and to you, you don't you just talk about it like it's fucking. Yeah, I had chicken and potatoes on Sunday for dinner. It does it. Is it a thing going into the job? Did you already accept this is shit you're gonna have to see?
Listen, I don't know if being from a country where you've seen war from a young age has anything to do with it. But we got police officers that get on the job and they're like,
that's true.
So it depends, for me, seeing these scenes and stuff. And my, I have a few police officer friends that I've been lucky to have known for since I was hired, and they stood by me and they support me and stuff. So, knowing these officers and seeing how this is why PTSD is a huge issue. This is why it's so important that they treat these, these complaints officers coming forward with utmost delicacy, respect, right? And most importantly, there needs to be privacy around this stuff. These people have no idea that, when you're off sick, the last thing you want to find out is that your supervisor is going around tell everybody what's going on and what's on your WSIB form, right? So these things are just happening and it's horrific. So, thankfully I've been around a few really good officers, but I had 2 of my colleagues who killed themselves. And it all stems from police leaders not taking mental health seriously. And we're seeing it on the streets. We're seeing people and, all these radio calls like mental health issues, poverty, gang shootings and stuff. This all comes from, there is root cause of this stuff. There's a reason for this. So do I think, this is a different topic, but I think we need to defund the police, reform the police. I think we need to use a lot of the resources for where it needs to go to prevent a lot of this stuff from happening. A lot of, as when I worked as a police officer frontline, I noticed that the hospitals were not able to keep up with what's going on, right? There was not enough rooms, there was not enough beds. So that comes back again out in the system, and everything just keeps clogging, and it doesn't work.
And like you just pointed out, look where you were born. It's not the ideal place for people to be born. And this is going to be a fucking harsh question, but I'm coming straight with it. When was the first time you saw somebody die? Was it back home, or was it here when you were a police officer?
Oh, I saw somebody die when I was 7.
What the fuck?
Yeah. No, I mean, death has been like part of my childhood. Like, I got to know death at a young age. So that's maybe why I'm not so worried about something happening to me now. Not to say that I want to get out there and I'm fucking, no, but I've seen it. I've been around it. It's part of life. So I don't know. It's not really something I think about too much now. Having said that, 2 years ago, just in the middle of everything, when WSIB was like, we're not helping you unless you sign a legal document, when my employer wasn't paying me, when I was like, I was falling behind on mortgage, my credit score was going to shit. Like, all this stuff just was piling on. I was having suicidal ideologies, right? Now, I thought about just ending, not my life, but like what it would be like if all this pain just disappeared. Like, so these things, and then it comes back to, then your brain goes back to those radio calls of suicides, of homicides, of, so there was just so many different issues here that, as police officers that we're facing, that it's that much more important to get support from these leaders and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like, being around death and seeing it is never easy, but it also makes you brave, I guess, a little bit, for me anyway.
Hey, for you, yeah, you're a brave fucking person. Like I said at the start of this shit, do you want to be a fucking fighter? And Amy knows who that's from. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. You say this shit and talk about this shit in such a calm manner where it's not a thing most people can wrap their mind around. And like you say, PTSD, it's a real thing. Definitely. Fucking 1/10 of the shit you've been through would put people in PTSD or just in a fucking fragile state.
Yeah, I mean, I got bad days and good days. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say good days, I don't mean good as in life is great, because when you're like fighting for your paycheck, you're fighting for your rights, you're fighting for all this stuff every day, that's all you're thinking about, right? People think I'm off having a good time. Like, it's fucking hard. Like, having 2-3 jobs since I was 15 years old, and now I'm 40 years old, thinking looking into my future, not knowing what the hell is going to happen, not knowing that my pension is being fucked with right now. Like, there's so much shit going on, but like, you just have to keep your head up, and one day at a time is what I'm doing right now. Like, I think that's the best way to live for me right now, is just not to worry about tomorrow or the day after. Just live today, do your best today, and see what happens tomorrow, because you never know what's going to happen.
So when you're going, day to day, these is things you have to deal with. And I think I do agree with you. That's the way I would take it. Just day to day. It's got to be the most or least stressful way. But also your day to day must consist of other things. And like I said earlier, I heard through the grapevine, a little rumor. Dave Chappelle, he likes some stand-up comedy. I also heard, you like a little Drake. It's fucking like let's talk more about the fun that Effy has, the person Effy has when she's not dealing with these bullshit motherfuckers. Dave Chappelle, that's the one that rang my ears right away. So for one, as hilarious as he is, he makes good assessments on the political, law enforcement, and just basic global temperature. That's really what I like about Dave Chappelle, and I would assume that's something that you may like as well. But what is it you love about Dave Chappelle? What are the things that takes your mind off of all the bullshit you go through?
So I started watching Dave Chappelle like from before when he was doing those sketches with like
The Chappelle Show.
Yeah, and
Rick James, bitch.
Rick James, bitch. You know, the race war and the KKK.
Yo, the race war is hilarious. Or the black blind white supremacist.
Yes.
Yes.
And you know, so I mean, those were always funny. But I see that his comedy has always been like he tells you stories about things that he's doing or going through or happened to him, and I find that really interesting. You know, as opposed to like people getting on the stage and just talking about like random shit.
Mm-hmm.
And what I liked about him is that he wasn't really afraid to say, you know, things that, you know, he felt was important, even if it wasn't really popular.
Yep.
And he's just a smart guy, like just a smart guy. And you can learn so much. You know, he talks about history and his, he tells you stories about things that happen to the Black communities. And like, it's just a learning, funny. The whole thing is like a show and a half. Like, it's amazing.
Yep. Yeah. There's a lot of intelligence behind his jokes. I can definitely agree with that. Amy said something earlier about, police officers, about, you know, there may be some bad apples. I don't know if you're a fan of Chris Rock or not, but his most recent stand-up from a few years ago called Tambourine, he said, police officers, every industry has a few bad apples. And he starts comparing other industries, like a pilot. You can't have a few bad apples if it's a pilot, right? You can't have someone fucking up the job if they're landing planes and fucking shit up. Are you a fan of Chris Rock at all? Like, because he touches some, he always has too, I found. Sorry, go ahead. You were going to say you love Chris Rock?
I like Chris Rock,
okay.
But to be honest with you, like, I have only always watched Dave Chappelle's comedy.
Okay, that's fair.
I also like George Lopez. I think, like, you know, I like.
Yo, I was watching George Lopez show last night. I've been watching that shit for years.
Yes.
Yeah, that's hilarious. The grandma, his mom, she's so funny.
Yeah, I saw him at the Casino Rama actually. Live, and I he's another favorite of mine. Like, you know, so I've been actually watching Dave Chappelle lately too, just to lighten the mood. I watch movies sometimes, but you know, like, I don't know if you guys have ever you know, had dealt with like PTSD. I hope you never had, but it's weird because, you know, I could sit there and watch something and then I would right away, like, my mind would drift off to work and this and that.
And then you get anxious.
Yeah. So like, I can't really watch stuff that's too long, you know? So, yeah. So that's why I find comedy like the best, because it's like, you know, you watch the shorter clips and stuff. Yeah. So he's great.
So do you like Dave Chappelle's stand-up or sketch or both? Or like, even if it's not Dave Chappelle, what are you more attracted to just for entertainment? Stand-up or like sketch comedy?
I like all his stuff. I even listen to him talking like with like on late night shows. I just like I think he's very smart. He's very intelligent. He's very articulate.
I agree.
And, you know, I think that you can learn a lot from people, certain people. And I'm not one of those people that really cares about celebrities too much, but I don't think of him so much as a celebrity. I think that, you know, he really speaks the truth, and it speaks to me the way he tells his stories. You know, and I think, so I like to watch him talking on late shows, his stand-up, his sketches, like whatever Dave Chappelle, I'm watching.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that. I
even watched him on that podcast with
Rogan.
Rogan, yeah.
Rogan, yeah. I mean, we're basically like Rogan, except for we have like 2 or 3 less viewers, right, Amy? Oh no.
Yeah. 2 or 3.
We're around 30 million viewers per show, right around that.
I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan, but I definitely had to listen to it for Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Rogan, big fan of combat sports, and obviously from his involvement with the UFC and then his podcast and everything else. But I think Amy's more on your side with that. It's not too much Rogan she's gonna watch.
I mean, I don't have anything against the guy, but
I mean, neither do I. But would I listen to him? Not really.
bro, like, and don't, just.
Well, I mean, full disclosure, I did listen to him before a couple of times, and I was just like, okay. But then I saw that Dave Chappelle, and so that's what I like about him too. He can sit anywhere and talk to anybody.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say, like, in his defense, I have said this a million times too, not in his defense. I just can't, for the most part, listen. And this may be a little bit in the past. I don't know if it's still like this because I haven't watched him in so long, but for a long time, his shows would be like 2, 3, 4 hours. And it was just like, there was no rhyme or reason. It was too much of, I don't know what's going on for me to follow, especially for that long. There were a few that I liked, but to his credit, I will say that he is one of the very few who can literally get just about anybody to talk to him about anything. And that is a really difficult thing to do. I just don't want to hear it most of the time. That's all.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Amy. And I'm just going to leave it there.
That's fair.
He's a nice guy. I've met him a few times. His stand up is sometimes very good. Kind of hit or miss, but I mean, he's got other redeeming qualities. Just listening to him drone on his podcast is not one of them for me.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's, good at something and they have their own crowd and whatever. And, good for him. But yeah, no, I was just there for Chappelle.
There you go. I will watch him on Fear Factor. I don't know if either of you remember that show.
Oh,
Why the hell would you watch Fear Factor?
I loved that show. I barely watch any TV. Are you surprised that I would pick some obscure, weird one like that?
You're the worst human being I've ever met, Amy.
I know.
I wasn't a big fan of Fear Factor either.
No,
I mean,
Effy's with me.
who eats that shit for what? Like,
no shit, right? Get a job. You'll make that money. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd rather watch it than do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what though? Full disclosure, I was married to a Russian guy, and we went to Thailand. I used to travel a lot, and he ate some of the Fear Factor stuff too. So
What?
yeah, but I don't know if it was what it was, but he was also like a sports guy and MMA, and like he was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was. He lives in Spain now. He got a job there.
Were you into? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, go ahead.
I was just to say, were you ever into any MMA, combat sports, boxing, any of that shit?
I do. I worked out a lot. I mean, no, not MMA, not fighting or anything, but I did work out a lot when I was, on the job. I worked out. I did yoga a lot because, you need to find some peace and centeredness. So those were my workouts. But like, he was like hardcore. Like he was fighting. We went to Thailand. He was, going to the gym there. Like he broke his foot. I had to push him on a wheelchair. Like it was a whole scene.
What gym in Thailand?
Oh, I wouldn't be able. I wouldn't be able to tell you because it was just like, we went to so many temples, so many gyms, like we were just going everywhere and it was fun. But yeah, no. So, he ate some of the stuff and I was like, I don't know if it's a man thing, a testosterone thing, but I'm not putting that in my mouth.
I'll definitely tell you it's not a man thing or a testosterone thing.
Oh, you don't put regular food in your mouth. What are you talking about?
I eat pizza 7 days a week.
Good night.
Yeah, I know. Are you like I said, we got the Chappelle thing out of the way. You like Drake. I mean, we won't hold that against you. But
okay. Why would you not like Drake?
See, this is a fucked up area for me because I'm a huge battle rap fan and King of the Dot, obviously T Dot, right? Canadian Battle Rap League. Drake has done a lot to promote that league and put eyes on Canadian hip hop, but the sounds that happen when he makes music are not my type of thing. And that's because I'm a hip hop snob. I've admitted on the show many times. I want to hear Nas. I want to hear Eminem. I want to hear Jay-Z. I want to hear Cormac. I want to hear people just tear the microphone apart. Not that dance club shit. So I'm not hating on you for it, but Drake is something you're a fan of. What else do you listen to? Hopefully you don't go into trouble.
Well, let me just go back and defend Drake for a second.
Oh, she's gonna defend Drake.
Hold on a second, okay? Because I love Drake. Like, I love Drake's music, and what I like about it too is that he also says a lot of things in his rap, in his words that speak to me. You know, he talks about whatever, like relationships. He talks about betrayal. He talks about, you know, and not to mention his beats are fucking good. Like, you can dance it.
Oh,
like,
she's in the OVO
like, you know what I mean?
beats.
That's good. Like, so when I went to his concert, we were outside at the Ontario place, and it was like, man, like everybody was dancing, everybody was having a good time. He brought all his friends. Like, it was just such a party, you know. He's such a happy guy, and you know, I know there's issues with stuff, but his music, like, I think is great. I think it represents Canada.
Do you know who JD Era is? Amy must have known this is coming. JD Era is the best rapper ever out of Canada. I'm gonna have to say some JD Era. Him and Drake actually came up together with a bunch of other guys, but Era is my favorite rapper out of Canada. And you know what? I'm not even mad that, you know, at least you had something to back up why you like Drake. Other people are like, yo, his shit's popping. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if it's popular. It sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess music talks to everybody differently, right? Like, you know, everybody has different, and it depends on the feelings that day, right? So I like, you know, Drake for some days where I'm just like getting into the mind of fighting, getting with the fucking court shit. Like, I like it pumps you up, you know?
Yep.
So that's one thing. I like Andrea Bocelli. You know, I like his music. It's just so soothing. It's relaxing. I like Future. I like Post Malone. I think his album is so good. Like, his latest album is Hollywood's Bleeding. Like, it's sick. I could listen to the whole album, like, back to back.
Let's see if we get you and Amy in a fist fight. What do you think about Eminem?
I mean, Eminem.
Amy's already in her car coming here.
You know what? Eminem kind of put like white rappers on the map, and he had like he's got a lot of skills. Like, you can't knock him down. Like, he's done a lot of important work, I think, in the hip hop community. But, you know, listening to a guy talking about stabbing his wife and stuff just wasn't my thing, you know.
I guess, yeah. Now that we go back to all those Kim songs and everything, you're probably the wrong person to ask.
Now is a great time to revisit that thought and listen to sober Eminem.
Yeah.
But then, you know what? I think about Snoop, because I liked Snoop too. Like, I liked his Doggy Style album. I liked, you know, I like
Doggy Style is a classic.
It's a classic, but it wasn't the best lyrics either, you know. So I can't be mad at Eminem, but he's not my favorite. No.
I think we can meet in the middle and agree that you didn't hate him when he did Forever with Drake.
Yeah. Yo, yeah, I guess fucking 81 and 80, right? With the years we were born. So you went through that whole
so you know,
Snoop
like,
Dogg era and everything. Yeah. Doggy Style, Gin and Juice.
Like
SWV. Oh my God, Effy. Oh my God. Holy shit.
I'm dead.
I get so weak in the knees.
Yes. Diary of a Mad Band with Jodeci.
What?
Like,
Dead.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I grew up with this stuff. Like, this is what I listened to in grade 7, you know, slow dancing to this.
Oh, Rump Shaker. All I want to do is zoom, boom, boom. Holy shit, that's hilarious.
Escape was a good girl group. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
So
Definitely.
yeah, there was a lot of good music in our time.
Amy, who the hell was it we had Fredo last week saying?
Boys to Men.
Boys to Men.
Boys to Men, yes.
Yeah.
I saw
And he didn't even pick, so did I. They were my first concert. He didn't even pick End of the Road. I was shocked.
Yeah.
That's best. That's their best song, though.
That's what everybody picks it. I know. He went a different route. I was shocked.
Yeah, that's like the grade 7, grade 8 that you get to dance with a girl. That's oh shit! It's the last dance of the night. It's end of the road.
Yeah.
It's Boys to Men.
Yes, Boys to Men. And they were even 4 or 5 years ago, I think, maybe less, like 3 years ago. They were at Casino Rama.
Yeah.
So we went. It was really cool because they did a lot of their older songs. Their voice is still the same. Like it was good.
Was it all of them or was it just the 3 of them?
No, I think I remember it was 3 of them. I think.
Yeah.
Because we were thinking like, where is the 4th one?
You know what's so funny? I saw them in like 1991, maybe, or 1990. And the funniest thing, or whatever year when the TLC tip dropped, TLC's first album, they had just come out. People were like, who the fuck is this? Why do they have condoms on their clothes? Are they dudes? Why is this happening? And it was an MC Hammer concert, but they had TLC open, which was dope. So I like, in hindsight, was so glad I got to see Left Eye before she died. And then Boys to Men, and then Hammer. And as a however old I was kid, my first concert, I was such an MC Hammer fan that like that's all I cared about. I thought TLC was cool, Boys to Men, whatever. MC Hammer was why I was there. And I'm here to tell you, as almost just about the same age as y'all, 2 years younger, to this day, I think back on that and I've like got a minuscule amount of regret that I'm like, what a dumb kid. Why didn't I care about Boys to Men? Because like as an adult, I would love to see them. And I saw a whole ass show when they were at the peak of their popularity. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a single fuck. I remember it. I have pictures. We have video. I recall it. But I just didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit about any of it but MC Hammer. And as an adult, I'm just like, there's like one. I've been to probably hundreds of concerts at this point in my life. And that's one, like the only one that I'm like, I wish I would have cared more.
You know what? I know what you mean because I got to see Ray Charles at
man.
What?
Yeah, and that was the
you're
highlight.
just full of surprises.
Yeah. I was 20 actually when he was at Hummingbird Center. And I was lucky enough to get tickets. And me and my boyfriend at the time, we went. And, my boyfriend took me because he got tickets from his brother, sorry. And,
wow.
What kind of Utah shit's going on here?
No, not back then. But no, he got tickets from his brother. He surprised me for my birthday. We went to the Hummingbird Center and Ray Charles was just phenomenal. Like, I was in tears. He sang Georgia. Like he did everything. And it was just out of this world. And I'm so happy I got to see that. So,
man, that would be dope. Definitely. Yeah.
And the other one is Julio Iglesias.
Okay.
You are so cultured.
You know what? You guys listen to Julio because you have to listen to his voice. He's like an angel. Like he he makes everything sound beautiful. I know he's older, but like I love his, his tango, his everything. Like it's just fantastic music. So that's what I mean. Like every different type of music talks to us, right? Like depending on the mood and all this stuff. So
here's what most people don't ever expect. As a child, one of my favorites was Gloria Estefan.
So I never got a chance to listen to her, but you know what? No,
It's
because
weird,
your mom listened to her, right?
No, nobody in my house. I don't look give me here's a cross section of Amy as a child musically. It was Amy Grant, Debbie Gibson, Michael Jackson, Criss Cross, MC Hammer, Gloria Estefan, and Paula Abdul. That was me until I was like 10.
Wow, like the list you just said, I only know Michael Jackson I know the rest, but I only listen to Michael Jackson and Criss Cross.
And UB40.
Michael, you listen to Criss Cross?
Yes,
amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah. That I was in grade. What grade was I when that was happening? Oh, it
Probably
was
like
so cool.
6, 7.
6th grade, yeah.
Yeah.
We were trying to wear our pants backwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I went up for Halloween in grade 6 or 7 as Criss Cross. Me and my buddy Tim Simpson. We wore our clothes backwards. We were trying to Blue Jays like fisherman hats backwards. Yeah, went fucking house to house.
Those were good times. Yeah.
Yeah, those were good times.
Yeah.
Oh, and New Kids on the Block, but nobody could avoid them at that time.
I never listened to their music. I don't know who's who, to be honest with you.
You honestly, it was like the craze. I even had like the sleeping bag and the pillowcase, which is really funny because I don't recall liking them that much. However, I never saw them, and I feel like at that point, that's like it should have been a thing that happened. So I did end up seeing them. I don't know if you remember this, Jason. I saw them like 5 years ago.
Yes, I do.
It was New Kids on the Block, TLC,
Old and decrepit.
Well, New Kids on the Block, TLC, and Nelly.
Salt and Pepper. Oh.
No, but I missed that show. I had tickets to that show as well, and I'm not salty about that at all, but I'll move on. And anyway, I got to be honest, I have never seen a worse show than Grown Up New Kids on the Block in my life. Ever.
I'm not surprised.
Well, I mean, at that time, it wasn't exactly 1987.
What's the difference? That doesn't mean they were any better back then.
They at least had abs back then, not beer bellies.
Had, bro, I'll send you. They had more abs 5 years ago than they had hair follicles 20 years ago.
HGH.
I'm telling you, bro, it was creepy and weird and a little gross, and I almost lost my hearing. There were like so many 45-year-old women screeching.
And for Effy, by the time she got to Canada, I guess you would it would be like what, Backstreet Boys at one point it came into NSYNC, all that shit.
Because remember, like I was raised in a different area. Like I was, around Snoop Dogg. Like my friends would listen to like Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style.
Yeah. But I'm saying more so opposed to when you were back home when New Kids on the Block.
Oh no, back home I was way back home. Music.
Yeah, that wasn't a thing, right? Like the New Kids on the Block.
No,
would have been like Backstreet Boys when you lived here.
Oh, no.
She's just like, no. Amy, she sounds like you right now. No.
Sorry, hey, but you know what? She liked Michael, so we're good.
No, I like Michael, but you know what, Amy, I'm gonna have to stop that because after I saw what happened with Michael Jackson's story, like with his child pedophile story and stuff.
Do you believe that he did something with kids?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. But
listen, there's smoke there. There's smoke, there's fire.
There's fire. Boom.
Yes. Right, and like look at this. Like these children were they were telling these stories from back in the day, and every time Michael would go and pay them off. I don't know any adult that wants to hang out with kids for no reason. I don't know anybody that would want to sleep in bed with kids for no reason. Like it just makes no sense. If you were to look at it and not feel that it's Michael Jackson and he's god of pop or whatever, but looking at him as a human being, you're just like, this is not normal.
Here's another one that you must have grew up on. R. Kelly.
Oh my! Wow. Right? Yeah,
that's another fucked up one, right? Back when it was. You remind me of the sounds of my Jeep or whatever that fucking song was. We were all bumping that in the early 90s. And it's like, oh boy, you were out there touching little kids. I ain't listening to that again.
R. Kelly, actually, I have a personal story about R. Kelly.
What?
And no, not like I didn't meet him or anything, but when I was in grade 9, I went to St. Safford Fleming. And then in grade 10, I transferred to a different school, Newtonburg Secondary School. And so in grade 10, I met a girl. I'm not going to say her name. And she was a wonderful girl. Like she was a beautiful girl. She was, she was half Black, half Asian. So, one day she came to school and she's like, guess what? I got R. Kelly. I'm going to do a video with R. Kelly and stuff. So, grade 10, you don't really have Google. You don't really think about this stuff. Yeah. R. Kelly was, right? I was like, oh, this is exciting. So she went and she did the video, and you guys can look her up. She's in the video. And now that I look back, and after that, she barely ever came back to school. I swear, I don't know what happened to her. But now that I look back, I'm like, this girl was in grade 10. She was underage, right? So, no, R. Kelly is another one, and he's dangerous.
Yo, fucking that.
No doubt about that.
Whatever that documentary was that came out a couple years ago about R. Kelly, I forgot the name of it, exposing R. Kelly or whatever the fuck it was. I put it on because a buddy of mine told me that, you got to check this shit out. It's crazy. I put it on. I got through about 12 minutes of the first episode. I was like, I can't watch this. I was getting very, very angry. not because it's R. Kelly and I put him in some sort of light, because it's obvious. We know what this motherfucker's been up to. If you've been accused of doing something for 20 plus years, it's got to be somewhat true, right? And then you're really getting the details, and it was fucking disgusting to me. So, like, you know, your thoughts, whether they're right or wrong, I would say they're more right. For her to not come back to school, to feel a certain type of way,
yeah,
God,
it really. I'll tell you guys, it's really weird because people tend to forget that, you know, our, you know, celebrities, you know, people that in our lives, whatever, like I said this before, coaches, doctors, we like to think that everybody's good and everybody's nice and everything. And, you know, when it comes to sexual violence, people are always like, oh, you don't want to accuse the good man of something, you know, their life is going to get destroyed. But really what we're seeing here is that victims are being destroyed. Women are coming forward. They're getting called liars, right? And it's like with, like, look at R. Kelly, like how many women had to come forward, and people act like, oh no, it's not possible. How is it not possible? He has the money, he has the access to lawyers, he has the means, you know, and that's what makes people with, you know, influential people more dangerous, is that they have the cover of someone who's, you know, loved and everybody trusts them. And it makes them that much easier. It makes it that much easier for them to go and target people that are less fortunate. And almost always people like R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, it's money, right? Like they're paying victims. So, and you know, you can't blame a 16-year-old girls. Like you can't say, where is your parents? Because where is the law? Where is the justice? Like, you know, there will always be predators. There will always be shitty parents, but who's protecting these kids?
Both of my parents have always had fucking jobs. They didn't neglect me. They put me in every sport possible. They were there on the sidelines screaming for me, you know, cheering me on, doing everything else. There's no reason I did the stupid shit I did, right? So I get what you're saying. Like, people want to say, well, where were the parents? Well, sometimes the kid is manipulated by other people, or the kid is trying to fit in, or the kid is trying to make a point by trying to be cool, right? And one up the bigger homie, so to speak, right? So you got a 16 or 15 or 14-year-old girl, and she's being talked to by a guy who is a celebrity like R. Kelly. Fuck, man, you can manipulate that person in no time. And the parents, I mean, they're not even going to have a say in it. So, yeah, I agree with you. When people say, yo, where were the parents? That's not a fair fucking thing to say to the parents.
It's not a fair thing to say. And, you know, sometimes parents are at fault. Sometimes it's out of their, you know, and a lot of times too, it comes down to poverty and, you know, child abuse. And you know, the child is trying to get away from home to try and forget about their, you know, traumas at home. So they're going to these spaces and they trust strangers that are telling them all the right things. Right. And then they turn around and say, oh, she was, you know, she was troubled and stuff. So, you know, it's so easy for predators to prey on people, because I feel like the society is not ready to listen to this. They don't want to look and face the fact that there's, you know, this stuff is happening, and it's happening at the hands of people that are supposed to be, you know,
leaders, people look up to, people to protect the community, whatever it may be, somebody who's held in a higher regard.
And you know, it's collective. Like, we're all failing children. I don't have kids personally, but it doesn't mean I don't want the world to be a better place for other people's kids, my nieces and nephews.
Yeah. No, none of us have kids either, so we're right there with you. But it doesn't mean we want the world to fucking melt just because we don't have kids, right? It's just being a decent human being. Other things for entertainment, like we were talking about there for a minute. There's a police officer I know that lives in Miami, and she's a police officer in Miami, and she posted the one day, I think it was on Facebook or Twitter, one or two, about to watch Scarface tonight, the movie Scarface, and eat whatever, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of laughed at that, because it's like, that was the first time I saw, this was a few years ago. I was like, what the fuck? Police officers like Scarface? Like they watch movies like that and get into it. So for you, personally, as a police officer, like movies, entertainment, stuff like that. Like, because to me, I figure you're always cheering for the police officer. You want a good guy movie. But when you watch entertainment like that, because you're talking all kinds of Snoop Dogg and shit, murder was the case that they gave me, right? So like, fucking, like, yeah, like entertainment wise, like, are you into movies like Scarface, Goodfellas? Like, does that actually provide entertainment for you, or do you look at it from a police officer point of view, like, fuck those criminals?
You know, I don't really think of myself as a police officer first, so I've never like watched a movie but you know, I know what you mean. I like Scarface, I like Goodfellas, I like Casino, I like Braveheart. Like, I like movies that are like, you know, that show the realness of things. And then there's times when I want to watch a horror movie just to get away from my life, you know. So I want to like lighten them.
Just something completely off track.
Yeah, like but yeah, I do. But you know, there's a lot of police shows out there, and I think it is so annoying for me to watch these police shows because it is just such bullshit, you know.
That's fair.
All right. And they don't tell the whole story, and they have these women walking around in their uniforms and nobody's harassing them. And like, what do you guys like? What if you're gonna tell a story, tell the truth? So I get, you know, that there's a lot of shitty police show, but recently I started watching the show called Shades of Blue. Oh my God. Like, it is exactly like policing. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm back at work. And funny you brought up Goodfellas because Ray Liotta is in it.
Yep.
And I like Ray because, you know, he's a really good actor.
He's a great actor.
Yeah, he's a fantastic actor. And Jennifer Lopez is one of the officers. She's a main character. And, you know, I like Jennifer more when she acts. Like, I'm not a big fan of her singing.
But
I think,
agree.
You know, yeah, she's a great entertainer for sure. And so in this specific Shades of Blue, the show, she just did such a fantastic job, you know, showing like what it's like to be in the thick of things. So that's a fun show to watch. But you know, most of the times when I watch movies, like, I don't even, you know, on any given day, I don't even think of myself as a police officer. It's really weird to say, but I just think of myself as like a woman first, you know. I'm just a normal woman.
Do you like comedy movies at all?
I do. I like, you know what else I like? I like a lot of Denzel Washington movies.
Oh, like Amy.
I like Robert De Niro movies. Like, yeah, you know, there was Man on Fire. Like, that's
my God.
Yeah.
Oh, Greasy? Damn. Holy shit. Yeah. I love in the part in that movie after Dakota Fanning goes missing and the mother's talking to Denzel and she says, what are you going to do now? He says, kill him. She says, kill who? Each and every person involved with this. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Yeah. That movie is so beautiful.
Yep. And then at the end, he gives his life. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was such a beautiful movie. Like, I loved everything about it. You know, and it was so symbolic and everything. So that was one of his greatest movies. I love his movie. Yeah. I like his Equalizer. You know, he's done a lot of good movies.
Yeah. Yeah. Man on Fire is probably my favorite Denzel movie. Equalizer's fun. I mean, that's like old school Arnold Schwarzenegger Commando type shit.
Yes, I like Arnold movies too. Mm-hmm. You know, I liked his Terminators and all this other stuff. But yeah,
have you seen Rocky 4 with Sylvester Stallone?
I like all the Rockies.
Well, guess who hasn't seen any of the Rockies? Amy? Would you like to tell her who?
No way.
Yes. The American has never seen any of them. She's been getting harassed for like at least 11 years on this shit.
Oh my God. Rocky is awesome. But are you not a Sylvester Stallone fan? Because that's probably why you're not watching it.
No, she just hates movies.
I hate you. No, actually, funny that you asked that. I'm actually not a Sylvester Stallone fan at all. I also don't have anything against him. Like, he's actually really great on Instagram. But
well, have you seen any of his Rambo movies?
I have not.
Oh, remember the first ones back in the 80s? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not. Wait, can we? Why do you always do this to me? I always sit here explaining myself for like a solid 5 minutes every show. I don't watch. Let me be very clear. I don't watch many movies. Like you hit the nail on the head with Denzel. I've seen mostly all of Denzel's shit, but in general, when people talk about movies, I haven't seen it. That's the end of the story. So it's not a weird thing that I haven't seen Rocky. I haven't seen Rocky, Rambo. I haven't seen Goodfellas, Scarface, Godfather. I haven't seen anything.
Oh,
That's
Amy.
I'm not a movie person.
No, I totally get that. I have friends that don't listen to the news, and some like they don't watch movies. They are so busy doing their own thing. So, I'm not really surprised if you say you don't watch movies.
I mean, I watched some. Matter of fact, I watched the Coming to America sequel today.
Oh yeah,
it is so good.
Eddie Murphy?
Yes.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But no, just as a general rule, like I'm really bad at movieing. It's a pretty limited, like if it's Denzel, The Rock, Leo,
any Rush Hour movie.
Yeah, Will Smith. Like I've seen all of those, and then 8 Mile. And then everything outside of that is just a total crapshoot. It's just like roulette chances of winning that I've seen it.
Oh, well, you know what? I like Rambo more than Rocky, to be honest. So
I feel like that wasn't more popular. He didn't do anything more popular than Rocky. That was kind of like the it one, right?
Maybe Rambo.
Was it Rambo?
Rambo was up there, man. Rambo First Blood and all that shit.
Oh
that was huge.
Like I feel like as a kid, Rambo was more of a thing, but then
but that was off the tails of Rocky.
I don't know.
I like Last Blood too.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done some good ones.
Yeah. What about like Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society?
Oh, Boys in the Hood. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I love it.
Trey.
Oh shit, Doughboy.
Doughboy, yeah.
Oh, no, poor Ricky. Poor Ricky.
I know, that was really sad.
Yeah, that was very sad.
These are the classics for sure, yeah.
Yeah, Menace to Society, that was gangster as shit. New Jack City.
Set It Off.
Set It Off. Oh my God. Queen Latifah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, that was a good one.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Great movie. Oh, here's the thing. Okay. Are you a Will Smith fan? At all? Fresh Prince? Anything? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
I was going to say, remember last year, the entanglement, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith? How are you going to cheat on Will Smith? I got a real problem with that. How are you going to break Will's heart like that? And then admit it.
He cheated on her.
He cheated on her?
Yeah, he had an affair with Margot Robbie when they were making that movie. What's that movie him and Margot Robbie did?
I don't even know who Margot Robbie is.
Yes, you do.
Who is it?
Yeah, you know who Margot Robbie is. She's the one that was in with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Great Gatsby.
Wolf of Wall Street.
She was also
Wolf
Great
of
Gatsby.
Wall Street. What, his wife?
No, she wasn't in Gatsby. That was Michelle Williams that was in Gatsby.
No, are you sure?
I don't know what this Gatsby thing is, but
what?
I know the Wolf of Wall Street.
But yes, the wife in Wolf of Wall Street.
Okay. So Will Smith cheated on Jada?
Are you sure? I don't know the story. I'm shocked right now. Jada definitely cheated.
My heart doesn't know which way to go. Because I thought they were like the best Hollywood couple ever. And that didn't work out apparently.
So they did a movie in 2015. It was called Focus. And
yes, I saw that. It was actually good, I thought.
Yes, it was a good movie for sure. But that's where that whole affair happened. So she and Will.
Right now. Is that a thing?
Yeah. Amy's so mad.
You're hurting my heart.
Will Smith is one of her husbands, along with Denzel, Leo.
Yeah.
Basically, all the heartthrobs of the world are Amy's
I get around.
husbands.
This just came out like 6 months ago.
Yeah, this was new. Yeah, I think she was talking about that on her Red Table.
Effy, why are you trying to ruin my life?
I told you guys I was going to keep it real tonight.
God damn it. Well, either way, I was over here sticking up for Jada anyway, so Jason can still
Fuck
Sorry, I'm gonna get a
Jada.
pillow. Yeah. So apparently,
I really don't,
it's a rumor. It's a rumor.
Amy will believe it.
No, it just says it started a couple weeks ago when Jada's fling August revealed he had a relationship with her. The actress confirmed the news on her Facebook show Red Table Talk. Confirmed of I got into an entanglement with August. Yeah, blah blah blah. There's no confirmation of this Margot nonsense.
I mean, no, that's what I heard in one of the like extra shows, you know, when they talk about like celebrity, and she spoke about the Red Table Talk. Yeah. But you know what, Amy, this could be false. Maybe this didn't happen. Don't.
Oh my God, it's the first time I've ever heard Effy back down.
No, but you know what, honestly, okay, that's one thing I could care less about is celebrities' personal lives. Yep. Like, do you guys have the money, figure it out. You have the lawyers and everything else to live on and move on, right? So I'm worried about people that don't have the funds to fight. Like, you know, like you got people screaming for Johnny Depp, free Johnny Depp. I was like, what are you worried about Johnny Depp for?
I know there's certain people he's included in this group of people I'm talking about. I don't have a list of names, but there's certain things I see with celebrities where it's like, oh, whoa, like poor me. You know, some people, everybody goes through shit, but sometimes it just seems like, come on, man. Like, you're really pushing the fucking agenda now.
You know what? Like but on the other side of the coin, I have to say this, that recently I was watching this episode of this show about Paris Hilton and some of the abuse she spoke about. All right.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys saw this.
No, I haven't.
I read about it, but
I haven't even heard about it.
Yeah.
So this was her basically like doing a whole story about what happened to her from the time she was a child and stuff. So like
you're talking about the documentary thing, right?
Yes, the documentary. Sorry, that's what I was looking for.
Okay.
So
Paris Hilton
you
or
heard
Britney Spears?
Paris Hilton.
Okay, because the Britney Spears one just came out recently too. So I thought you were mixing it up.
That one came out also, but I haven't seen that one.
It was pathetic.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, it just seems like she's not even part of it. It seems like a bunch of people got together
in the making of it.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's like a bunch of people got together and just decided to make a narrative for her life. Because
you know, she's been what I think. I mean, you know, you could only take this with a grain of salt too, right? Like, these stories don't really print the whole truth and people don't really share the whole truth. So from like what I've gathered from Britney is that because she was in this industry at such a young age, under such pressures and hanging around with adults like Tevin Campbell, funny, like
Tevin Campbell.
Yes,
oh my God, I haven't heard that forever.
Can we talk? He said, can we talk? Right. But like going back to this is that when you put people at like young adolescents, teenagers in an environment where it's like sharks, adults, people just wanting to make money, people wanting to take advantage of you, whether it's your parents, whatever, right? So I think that's what happened to Britney, is that she fell into this, not knowing that it's going to eat at her, and then greed from probably her dad took over. Just a lot of stuff, right? Like everybody goes through stuff. Doesn't matter how rich you are, doesn't matter what your background is, right? But what I saw with Paris Hilton was like, she spoke about sexual assault when she was young. She spoke about being at a boarding school, going into, solitary confinement, like things she was saying. I was like, this is like, right? It's like, it's next level abuse. And it was all in the name of like her family didn't want, her wild ways to like embarrass the name of Hilton. Like, so that was just,
that worked out.
No, and you know what? It's horrible because things happen. No, you can't control teenagers from things that they're going to see and being in that world and being exposed to all this, right? Like, I'm not blaming the parents, but at the end of the day, this is somebody who people want to take pictures of. And so it's kind of like, as a parent and having that, the financial means and the ability, you can better protect your kids, in my opinion, right?
Well, you certainly have the access to, yeah.
Yeah, you have and we certainly see celebrities that don't put their kids in media. So or don't allow it and whatever. So, so it's hearing her story, I was like, it kind of opens your eyes, like that, money, that just because somebody looks nice, family looks good from outside, doesn't mean there's issues.
So was that one, I read a lot about that. I didn't see it. Was it like first person account, like she was doing the documentary, or was it just about her?
It was her talking, and they were like following her to like different locations. They were talking to her mom, they were talking to her sister, and her mom was like at one point, and this is what I've seen, and it's really like disturbing. So, I noticed some parents, when they're confronted with things that happen to their kids when they're younger, like they're just right away, they take such, they say it's not true, it didn't happen, and like, oh, I had no idea, and all this stuff, right?
Right.
And not to say that parents know exactly what's going on in their kid's life all the time, but I mean, if your kid is being abused, you better hope that your kid is going to come tell you or something. So she did a really good job, like, and you could see the pain in her, like, right. And someone like, for me, going through a lot of this stuff personally, like I can really relate to her, and I'm really happy that she was able to come out and speak about it, because now she's like older, right? Like she feels more confident. And that's the important thing about, is that victims, people think like, oh, well, why didn't you come report this sooner? Why didn't you say something sooner? Like, everybody has different circumstances in life where maybe your kids are not old enough for you to fight. Maybe you're stuck at home. You're scared, your partner, your work, whatever the case is. We should never ask somebody, why did it take so long to report it?
You know who another one was? God, it was maybe like a month ago. There was a Wendy Williams documentary.
Oh my God, I watched her all the time.
Okay. So did you watch the movie and the documentary? It was like a doubleheader.
No, I haven't watched her documentary, but I've always watched her stories. I watched her show. I liked her Hot Topics.
Right.
And I know that her husband cheated on her and left her for a younger woman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So, well, she left. She ended up leaving. She left him. But what was interesting, what I was going to say, is in the documentary. Now, granted, you got to take this with a grain of salt. There was a movie and a documentary that both were released at the same time, made for and shown on Lifetime, and they were produced by Wendy herself. So there is that. But in there was the same thing. She was date raped at her first radio job. So it's stuff like, now Wendy's a whole lot different than Paris when you talk about what you're willing to say and what your circumstances are. But it was kind of the same thing to me, that I was just like, oh, well, here's this person. Like, I don't care about Wendy Williams one way or the other. I worked with her once at an event when I lived in Vegas. We had her out for something, and she happened to be very, very pleasant. I really liked her. She was super nice and very funny and a real personable person. But beyond that, like, I don't have any feelings about her either way. But just seeing anybody like that, watching them finally, like Paris, come out, 30 years later, 20 years later, and be like, hey, yeah, that happened to me. And I didn't say anything, because why would I? What would have happened? My career would have ended. Nobody would have believed me, on and on and on. It was the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I watch Wendy's shows and stuff, and I agree. I think she seems like she's a nice person. Obviously I never met her, so, but when I hear these women, different industries, different walk of life, talk about, Oprah is another one who was sexually assaulted. I listen and I see women, and they're all from different walks of life, different backgrounds, different wealth class. And we have all shared the same stories when it comes to sexual violence. And it's, I'm really sad to say this, but I have many friends, colleagues, and most women I know have been sexually assaulted themselves in their life, or know somebody close to them that was sexually assaulted. And, oftentimes it's their family members. It's been, parents, best friends, and people that they were close to, their spouses and stuff. And so, when I hear like Paris say her story and stuff, like, I don't really care that she's a celebrity and stuff. It just, it's so sad, right? Because it's everywhere and it's happening all the time.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. Celebrities, like you're talking about Paris Hilton, right? A lot of people, especially if it's a female and they reach that level of celebrity, a lot of people who are in that celebrity shit, like, oh, they're just looking for attention. They try to play it down like because they're successful or because they have money, they can't get treated a certain way or you know, sexually harassed or whatever it may be just because they're an icon of some sort.
I think it's actually the opposite. Like, yeah, people say that stuff, of course, because those are the people that have never been bullied. Yeah. They've never been abused. Yep. They've never faced anything. And there's people like that out there. So there's ignorance everywhere for sure. But it would actually work the opposite. For someone like, for example, Paris Hilton, to say something like this, how does that benefit her in any way? How does that make her look any like, nobody, you know, people say playing the victim card as if having a victim card makes you invincible and things are fucking great. Like victims are being treated like shit. So why would anybody want to play a card that's not a good card? Yep. And I play poker, I get rid of the shit cards. Like, right?
Oh, Effy getting
this analogy sucks. But I think that this is the type of rape culture attitude that's been instilled in people's heads. You know, everybody thinks that victims are supposed to act a certain way and say certain things and behave a certain way. And it's not true. We're seeing it now, and people are speaking up from every different background and they're sharing their story. So I think it's great. I think it's great because now we have that, you know, some of us have that courage to do it, because before it wasn't so popular for policewomen to talk about this stuff, right? People were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Cops are heroes. Yeah. Right. So now with all this, people are exposing videos, people are putting the truth out there. We had a human rights commission do they did their report, and it came out saying exactly what we knew and stuff. So just public awareness is huge.
When you hear about, obviously, if anyone says I'm a victim of something, or I have a illness of some sort, or whatever it may be, right? Okay, let's even take it down to it's a terrible pain, but it's not like a major life thing to go through, like a toothache, right? People can't see a toothache. So not like they can see a broken bone with a cast on it, right? So or a back injury, they think like, oh, you know, they're probably faking it. There are obviously people who do lie, male or female, about some sort of sexual assault, sexual harassment. The people that do that, do you think that they should be penalized if they are caught lying about something that happened?
So
that's a fucking touchy situation, right?
No, it's a good question, and it's touchy because, you know, nobody wants somebody to make allegations that are so serious and be able to walk.
And you also don't want to be the person that says to that person, you're a liar. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So listen, like here's the thing. You will always have people that do things, you know, because they were hurt by somebody or they were pissed off or revenge or whatever. But we don't I think talking about false allegations of sexual assault is not even something that should be put forward right now. I say that because we are seeing 99 cases of sexual assault complaints and allegations not going to court, not being there's no conviction. The conviction rates are really low, and we know that people are sexually getting assaulted. So, you know, I think this narrative of, you know, should we charge the victim because they lied and stuff? Sure, they can charge the victim. I mean, 10 years of me going to radio calls, I don't think I've ever had anybody make false allegations. Maybe once or twice somebody who was abused, you know, in their, like, they had a long history of abuse, said that. And, you know, there is also the issue of, you know, their mental health. Maybe, you know, they had a dream and they think it's real to them. So it's really hard to say, right? Like, but unless you do the investigation properly and unbiased, and, you know, you go through all the proper steps, then what we know for a fact is that a lot of people are getting away with it.
Yep. I remember the first memory I have of this, and here's two names. I guarantee you know who they are: Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo, the white Camaro, right? I remember I was like, grade 7 or some shit like that. And that was St. Catharines, around that area. So Kitchener's not that far away. So it was like constant every day, hearing more and more news about the white Camaro. And someone reported a tip that someone admitted something to them or something like that in a bar or a pub or something like that. And the person was full of shit. They were just lying. And I remember asking my mom, how is this person not arrested by they're giving false information, misleading the police, fucking with the public safety, and how are they not arrested, right? And I'm a little kid, I'm like 11, 12 years old or something, asking my mom that. I'll never forget. My mom said, because if they arrest that person, if someone else comes forward and they think they have information, but they're not fully sure, they could possibly be arrested too. So that's why they kind of let it slide. Is that a thing that, in your opinion, that you think happens? Like, even if it's 100%, 99.99% that this person, male or female, is lying about some sort of sexual assault, sexual harassment, whatever it may be, by charging them, you're charging a victim, and that might prevent other victims. Is that a thing that you think happens or you've seen happen?
That's one of the reasons why they've always said, like, we have to be mindful if we're going to arrest someone. And it really depends on what, the allegations are. It depends on how serious it was. Did they come in and give a full statement? Did they go to court and lie on record? Like, there's so many things. And of course, they don't want to charge people because it sets a bad example. It might scare other people, right? Like, it doesn't send the right message. But I don't even feel like this is happening a lot. Like, and I'm saying I don't feel like, because I never had, in 10 years, I never had to charge anybody for lying. We had a woman who had called several times about being sexually assaulted. So what happened was we would have to investigate it every time to make sure, because she was also vulnerable, living in, low income, and people take advantage of that, right? So we still have to make sure, and that it didn't happen. But of course, if somebody is always calling in over and over again, then you get that police record of the background, so you get to see what's happening, right? And a lot of times the person needed to go to the hospital, they were having, so it's never been an issue where we had to like lay charges on someone for lying. But again, the opposite was, there was a lot of times where victims were scared to continue forward because they were either like not treated well by the officers, or like scared because the suspect was somebody they knew. So that happens way more than people lying about assaults and stuff.
Yeah, not so much about the people lying. I mean, about going into the process.
Like generally, you shouldn't. The police don't really charge people for reporting stuff unless it's like false and like deliberately, like, you know what I mean? Like it has to be, so, so I mean, there's all these little issues, but sexual assault is far, far underreported. Conviction rates are really low. There is a lot of sex kits that are sitting in, they're expired. They're just sitting there. Like, it's just a backlog.
Yeah, and it seems like such a gray area too, right? It's
because the judges aren't trained properly, because nobody's studying to see what happens. Nobody's reading up to see what happens to victims with, like you talked about a toothache. Toothache is easy to fix. You go see a dentist, you knock yourself in the face, like you do whatever you got to do to calm your pain. But mental health is different. Like once your brain starts like taking off on you, and it's hard to get that back. It's hard to prove to people that you're mentally struggling, right? People,
just like a toothache, right? It's not something they can see. If my head is split open and bleeding, you can see it, right? But if my brain is fucked up because I have mental health issues, you can't see it. So that's what I mean, right? People don't, right? Just like a toothache. You're not in that much pain. You're not that fucked up. I can't see it. I don't see you bleeding. But I mean, their brain is not connected, right?
Yeah, it's, that's why there's so much stigma around mental illness, because people think I'm lying. Nobody believes me. Nobody, and so that just festers and it stays in you.
Who,
and
you yourself? People think you're lying?
no, in general.
Oh,
like,
okay.
people,
I know you meant you were a generalization of
oh,
you.
of course. My employer was saying that I'm lying, and they were like, we want you to come in for this and come in for that. And even up to a month, maybe 2 weeks ago, they were sending me these orders to come in to give them an interview for, to professional standards. And I'm like, are you guys like, this is what I was talking about, is judges need to take training on sexual assault. They need to update themselves, lawyers, even police officers. Like, we got our staff sergeants talking to me like, as if she doesn't understand that, when you're dealing with PTSD, when someone has anxiety, depression, they can't go back into that environment to have a meaningful conversation. So, for me to know that, I say, for example, if I have an interview tomorrow, I'm still sick, I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm going to be, going into an environment, my body is going to react. I might, do something that you guys might end up arresting me. So these are the things that I worry about, right? Like, that's why it's important for us to feel better before we sit down and have these conversations with our lawyers. And the other side of it is it's retaliation, right? Like, they know the problem. I've already reported it, filed the human rights. I put the evidence on Twitter. So, I shouldn't be the first one you're investigating. I shouldn't be in the middle of a pandemic. They're like coming for an interview. I'm like, think of me as a person in the hospital. I'm sick right now.
Yep.
So just because, right, like, even when I was working, if I arrested somebody and they weren't feeling well, first thing you do is you take them to the hospital. And then once they're medically cleared, then you take them into custody and do court or whatever. If it's a victim of sexual assault, the first place we take them is to a hospital, not to a police station. So it's no different with us.
Have you ever had somebody thank you for arresting them?
I had a lot of people thank me, but not for arresting them. I've had a few people thank me when I drove them to the hospital. One of them had called in to threaten suicide. So I went and took him to the hospital. I sat with him in the waiting room, and we just shoot the shit and talked. And he was a soldier and stuff. So he was dealing with PTSD. He wrote a letter thanking me later, saying like, it's nice to talk to someone and feel like human and stuff. So I've had people thank me for that. I had a domestic violence victim that I helped, find her place in Toronto housing. Because her husband was very abusive, and her son, she wasn't feeling safe and stuff. So I tried to do the stuff that I could, to help whoever I could. But I don't think anyone ever thanked me for arresting them.
I arrested a female, or I thanked a female officer once for arresting me. It was the very last time I got arrested. Actually, I was on the run for about 3 years. And they were not letting up that day. There was 2 cops standing in my backyard. There was a cruiser down the street and another cruiser at the parking lot, just sitting at the edge as I went out my front door. Me and my girlfriend at the time left, hopped in the car. They pulled her over and said that she didn't signal on her turn. She was driving, and obviously she did. And the female officer that pulled us over, she was just talking to my girlfriend at the time about this not signaling when she turned. I knew it was for me. So I got out of the passenger seat and I just tried to walk away, and the female officer came running up, and she was like, excuse me, you can't go anywhere. And she was probably like 5'7", maybe 120 pounds or something. And I could have body slammed her on the fucking ground, but I'm not. Violent crimes were not so much my thing. And it was at the point where I had grown up, but it was like I didn't want to face this shit from my past. And she said to me, "Are you Jason Kelly?" And I just looked at her. I was like, "I am." I just turned around, put my hands behind my back. She handcuffed me, and as she was walking me to her cruiser after cruiser after cruiser pulled up with the biggest fucking male officers I've ever fucking seen. And she was like, no, he's good. And I was sitting in the back of her car, and I just exhaled, and I told her, "Thank you. I'm glad this is over." In her like arrest report or whatever, when I went to court, she put in there that I fucking told her who I am and said I had warrants out. And I was like, God damn, that's not the way it went down at all. But thank you so much right? It's just, be a fucking decent human being, and these police officers will look out for you. But yeah, I mean, like, fucking, she's probably around your size. Like, fucking, you got to have some sort of backup, because what if I was a violent offender? What if I was not getting taken in that day? I would have fucked her up. And yeah, she went out of her way to help me out. And I got a suspended sentence for it. And that was the last time I ever got arrested. And I didn't fuck that up. I paid my $5,000 fine. I got my suspended sentence. The probation officer cut my probation earlier after that. So yeah, it's a fucking being a female officer on that job. Like, you catch enough grief. That's why I'm wondering, did anyone ever say thank you for arresting me and ending this nightmare?
Yeah, nope. I never had anyone thank me, but women police officers bring some humanity to this job, and I think that maybe the fact that it was a woman arresting you, maybe that kind of made you feel like, okay, I'm not going to fight. Maybe if you were confronted with like two big guys that were being assholes, it would have been different. Who knows? But I'm glad, that she was kind and made you feel like she was doing service. So
yeah, it was nice. And like I said, I was on the run for about 3 years at that point.
So you were like, oh God, I'm tired.
Oh yeah. and I was like, fucking, I had enough. I moved on from that criminal life, but I still had that baggage. You know what I mean? So it was just, it was nice. It was relaxing. It was a breath of fresh air to finally get this shit over with. Cause I mean, let's be honest. I'm not going to the goddamn police station and say, here, lock me up. Fucking, yeah. Right. That's it. That's honestly what it was, but it was very relieving to have it put behind me.
I think when you listen to this back tomorrow, when you're editing it, you're going to go, why the fuck did I say relaxing?
Maybe relief is better.
Yeah, just an observation, but go on.
Yeah, well, it's nice to not be locked in a fucking cage too. That's a fucking a terrible fucking time. Have you ever felt bad about having to arrest someone knowing they're going to get convicted, and like they're completely complicit when you arrest them? Everything else, they're a decent human being, but they broke the law too many goddamn times and they're going to go to prison. Like, have you ever felt bad about arresting someone?
No.
I
don't think I've ever felt bad about arresting anyone, because, a lot of the calls we were going to were like fight in progress. Like, so we were arresting people that were like, that needed to be, held for court. If it wasn't someone who was, if it was a theft or something that wasn't serious or there was no violence, then, you would let them go on a promise to come to court. So, I never really felt bad for arresting anyone, but I worked in a booking hall and I had some people come back there, and boy, it was hard to be in the same space with them. And one specifically was a guy who sexually assaulted his 14-year-old daughter and got her pregnant.
Fuck.
So yeah, no, those people were like, it's hard, right? Like, it's hard to be, but again, everybody has to have their day in court. So yeah, that's just the life of a police officer. Like, if you can't really feel bad, if you do your job with honesty and with integrity, then if something happens and you genuinely made a mistake, then yeah, you feel bad about it. But at least you know that you've done your job to the best of your ability. I've never felt guilty about anything. I feel bad for people, of course, because, people are committing crime is not fun. People are doing stuff because they're, whether they're poor or they don't know any better. Or, like, of course, you got criminals that are like going and shooting each other. But and like, you just meet so many different type of people, and depending on your own experiences as a police officer, like you treat people, and that's what makes it a little bit tough too, because some people are, they'll bring their anger with them, like whatever the case is at home, they'll bring it to work and they'll treat people badly, whether it's colleagues or not. So it's just like anybody else, policing is like everybody else, except you have a gun and a uniform.
And have you ever, like you just said, you have a bad day and then you bring that shit to work? Not even saying like, obviously, you're not out there fucking treating people like Rodney King or anything, but have you ever even if it's someone you're just giving a ticket to, or they just walk away fine, you've been a little too aggressive with, not physically, just, because you're already pissed off. You're already having a bad day. Your fucking coffee wasn't right to begin with. Your breakfast sucked. Like, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Because like you just said, you guys are fucking human beings. Has there ever been an instance like that? Like I said, you're not physically abusing them or violating their civil rights, but you're a bit of a prick to them. And then afterwards you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have spoke to that person that way.
Yeah, there was a few times, like here and there, things on radio calls, sometimes it gets out of hand. One specific time was we went on a call, and it was a woman who was just going store to store and pushing stuff off the counter, and just like, so we got there, and like clearly she was on drugs. She was just hyper, and we had to restrain her. And she was a skinny woman too, so it was like you had to use extra, like you had to tighten the cuffs, right? Mm-hmm. So we put her in the back of the scout car, and people are already forming around and stuff, and then she started kicking the scout car window.
Okay.
And one of the things I was worried about was, her legs would get cut on the
shattered
window.
Glass. Yeah.
So I tried to go around and pull her back. Keep in mind, like, the camera was on. I put the camera on myself, because anytime you have someone in the back, right, you have to put the camera on them for their safety and for yours. So I put the camera on, and she starts kicking, and she's trying to crawl out of the window. So I come around the back, I pull her back, and then my partner comes to open the door, because he didn't want her to cut her legs. And then she starts kicking him in the face. His glasses getting like, knocked around on his face. So I gave her 2 distractionary shots, commanding her to stop kicking the officer. So like this was one of those times where, like, I know that, she's under the influence. I know she's not realizing that what she's doing is, harmful, because you could see they're like, right. You could see that they're sick. So you feel bad, right? But so we had to like call the shackles and wait for another car to come, because our scout car was broken windows. And yeah, so it was hard. Like, it's never good to see people struggling and being in such a state. I ended up getting 8 hours for that, for swearing at her. So I guess I got my lumps. Yeah, but
holy shit. Man, what a crazy fucking job. What a crazy fucking life you have led and still leading today, fighting this fight. Amy, is there anything else you want to touch on before we let Effy get out of here?
I don't think so. I think I actually got everything in this time.
Yeah, Amy's got no random questions. Usually at the end of every show, Amy has at least fucking 5 to 10 random fucking questions. Have you ever heard about Mars?
Stop.
I think because we've been talking probably for 4 hours.
Exactly.
I hope that I was able to like say everything I needed to. So
I was just gonna say that there's a thing.
Covered.
There's a thing on this show that's been going on for, when did we have Poison Pen on, Amy? October?
Yeah, I think
something like that. So this guy, he's a rapper. He's part of battle rap. We cover a lot of that. He gave us the longest interview yet, and it was 4 hours and something minutes. And I messaged Amy about an hour ago, and I said, I'm ready to do pen time tonight. So we're doing pen time, Effy. You're taking us into pen time.
Okay, I'm glad. It shows that we're having a good conversation.
Well, we'll see. Depending on how much gets cut out, like when Jason just appeared and when my mic was fucked up, you might still have just beat him. I think he was 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Something like that.
Oh, well, let's stay on the phone a little bit longer just to make sure.
Yes.
We're going to do this.
I can't wait to
we'll do it right.
That's so funny.
Oh, shit. A cop beat pen time.
Wow.
Right there. That's the headline.
Well, I'm very grateful you guys will, asked all these wonderful questions, and I got to put this out there for everybody to hear. So really,
it's been a fun conversation, and I mean, we don't do like one and dones. It's just opening the door, right? Now that the door is open at the Billion downtown, you have an open invitation. So let's hope we can have you back more and more, and hopefully you win this fight that you're going through. And
we are gonna win.
Eventually, down the road, we're just out here talking about Drake. You could tell us how much you like him. I could tell you how much I hate him. We can talk some more doggy style, like all that shit, right? It's
so all right. So next,
and hey, if you didn't see it, did you see Drake dropped a new single last night?
Which one, Drake?
Yeah, Drake dropped 3 new songs last night.
No, I didn't hear them.
All right. Happy Friday.
I'm thinking to listen to tomorrow. Thank you for bringing it up. So next time we'll talk about vacations, trips. Hopefully I'll have good updates on what's going on.
Puppies,
adopting
dogs.
Yeah, for sure. But thank you guys so much. This was wonderful.
Yeah, it really has
so
been
easy to talk to you guys. So
I really, really, really do appreciate you giving us your time. Most of the people we talk to, aside from doctors and stuff like that, they're entertainers, right? So it's a hype show. It's a fun conversation. We're just talking about what's going on, like on their projects, this, that, and having a fun conversation. This was still a fun conversation, but we definitely hit some important notes, important topics that fucking crazy as is in my goddamn country, this shit goes on, right? Like back to touching on the media, right? In the States, it's like, oh yeah, that place is a dumpster fire down there. They got racism and cops doing this and that. And you know, it's tucked under the fucking blanket up here, apparently. And it's good to have you on, not only tell your story, but at least the way you go went about it was not in a malicious way. Like it's just actual facts. And it is something that needs to be brought to the fucking forefront because, you know, from what you've taught us tonight, it is a real fucking problem. Sexism, racism, whether it be in the law enforcement in Canada or just on the streets. And like I said, I'm fucking naive. Amy even pointed it out. It's not a thing that I thought happens here, not where I'm from, because I don't fucking see it. But now I fucking do. And I think a lot more people are gonna after this show.
I'm so glad. And don't be hard on yourself for not knowing because it's a very well hidden secret. And only now we're starting to, and not to say that, you know, the Black communities haven't been screaming about racism for so long, obviously. But you know what I'm doing is I'm bringing the attention from the inside, and we recently saw 4 officers from York region come forward, 4 Black officers. They were speaking about racism, so it's definitely happening, and you know it's a conversation that's painful, but we also need the lawmakers to step into, because you can only talk so much before something has to happen.
All right, Amy, anything else to add real quick?
Nope, I think that does it.
All right, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Make sure you check Effy out. You can follow her on Twitter at shades_dirty. Effy, is there anywhere else you want to plug before we let you get out of here?
Nope, just Dirty Shades of Blue, and just you know, thank you so much. It's so wonderful to talk to you guys, and I'm glad you guys got to hear my story, and keep an eye on my Twitter because it's just gonna grow from here. So
she's going for Drake numbers on Twitter.
One day, I hope so. Oh my God.
All right, for Effy Zarabi, Amy Barton, Kirill Kasatskiy, I'm Jay Kelly. This is Building Downtown. We out. Peace.
Building downtown. Building downtown. Building downtown. Building downtown.